show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Pacific414 for Pop Talk is here. Join the conversation. We got Baron, Orman Tagge, Cashmoney007 and even Mike too. Pop culture, entertainment, news and reviews. Discussions are had, opinions made. From the panel to the chat, everyone is welcome here. Reactions, watch parties and special guests. We like to have a good time. Pacific414 for Pop Talk is underway. Pull up a seat, we're inviting to stay. Articles, collectibles, reviews, you say. Baron, Cash and Mike bring the fun tonight. Now sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Don't forget to like or comment below. We almost forgot to share out the show. Pacific414 for Pop Talk is one of a kind. It's true. True. It's true.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this Wednesday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, where tonight, not only are we going to be watching the 2000 movie, The Patriot, starring Mel Gibson, but we will also be celebrating the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. And of course, to do that along with us is, of course, our special guest for tonight, Phil McCracken. We also have Cashmoney007 and Baron Orman Tagge.
Yo.
How are you gentlemen doing tonight?
I'm doing great. It's good to see you, Phil. It's been a while, Phil, since we've had you here. Yeah. I missed your dulcet tones.
My dulcet tone.
Are
you making fun of my accent?
Never.
Yeah.
Never. Oh yeah, like it's not like I don't have an accent there, don't you know? I speak English very perfectly without an accent, yeah.
It's all good. Everything's good as long as you can keep Cash Money's frown upside down. That's
yeah. All. But the one thing though, before we really get into it, and I'm serious here, I made it known many times here that I'm not a fan of soccer or football, as they see in the rest of the world, and made lots of jokes about it, being hey, it's the Pride Games and stuff like that. But in all reality, though, I do have to thank it for one thing: is you have this influx of visitors from around the world coming here, and they're experiencing America, most of them for the first time, and they're just gushing about how great it is here, how visiting the people and they were sitting back saying, like, their eyes have been opened in that we've been lied to. We've been lied to about America. And the people have been great. They've been welcoming. Boston ran out of beer. That's what you get when you have a bunch of Scots. I could have told them that. But if there's one thing I think I have to thank FIFA for, is to take those scales off the eyes and help destroy that garbage that's been spreading around. Not only does our media try to make us feel bad and tear us down, we don't hate them enough, but how our media and the worldwide media has been doing the same thing. And now we've got a bunch of people going back to their country saying how great this is. And what USA is like leading now, I hear, or something. I don't know, but I just wanted to open that up. This is a great country we are.
Right?
Great place we are.
It is considered soccer. You want to call it football? Okay, but it's the world sport. It's the world stage, and it's one of the few handful of things that you can go anywhere in the world. You don't have to understand anybody's language. But if you want to play soccer, let's say we'll use the American term soccer. They understand that. Coca-Cola, maybe a Hershey bar, and maybe Pelé is the three iconic things known all the way around the world. There's some guy in the jungle in a Pacific island. If you were to show him a picture of Pelé, he knows who he is. It's just that it's that well known. Take any sport that we have in the United States that's solely like Canadian a little bit, baseball, football, hockey. Everybody in the world knows about it, but there is nothing more dominant sport in the world than soccer. So it's good that we haven't had this in the United States since 96. It's good that we were back and we got some of these teams coming here and puts us on the map for a little while and gets a little center of attention. So I'm just glad we haven't had any craziness go on during these events.
Definitely. And hopefully everything still continues to run smoothly. I mean, you see videos of people, and we talked about this on Sunday's Pop Talk as well. People coming from different countries to the United States for the World Cup and experiencing American delicacies like biscuits and gravy.
People eating in and out.
The hypnosis that is ranch dressing.
Yeah, Sandy was Long Suffering was telling me about that. Customs is telling people you can't put ranch dressing on your check-in luggage. I'm shocked by that. I of all the things, ranch dressing.
Yeah.
Well, also seeing videos of people saying, "No wonder Americans don't leave the United States. With how big this country is, they don't have to."
This is certain things like this for TikTok is great. For any kind of social media, you see these videos of these young Asian men being kissed on the lips by Mexican women and all kinds of crazy stuff going on, and how that Japanese fan was so upset after Mexico beat Japan, and the Mexican fans come over and console him. And it's great to see, though. Like, there's actually a lot of great sportsmanship. I mean, there's been problems, obviously, in soccer, but I still think it's a beautiful sport. I had a lot of corruption before, so hopefully a lot of that's been fixed. Yeah, it's a beautiful sport.
I'm still a rugby guy. It's a beautiful
I know.
sport with violence.
I'm not saying I have anything against rugby, but I still think soccer's a beautiful sport. It's just amazing being a fan of Germany for so many years and where they've gone, and my brother
What?
being a fan of Netherlands. But the United States is still in it. Brazil's still in it. And I'm glad there haven't been any major problems at all. I don't think I haven't seen barely anything, really. But
Well, if something would have gone wrong, they would have been
Mhm.
just all over the place.
right. But yeah, a lot of foreigners are very happy to be here, and they want to
And they
increase their.
don't
Mhm. Go
historically
ahead.
foreigners visiting the United States normally, I would say 99.9% of the time, don't get themselves in trouble. Break
Mhm.
laws, being incarcerated for anything. There's a small percentage.
Yeah.
Now you switch that around about the United States visiting other countries, and we have the largest amount of people in prison in foreign countries because we simply can't obey people's laws.
Right.
Yeah.
The big
Right.
problem is they think they go to some place like I don't know, New Zealand, and they think their laws is the same as our laws, and it's not true. When you go to another country, you better understand their laws because you're not Kansas anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just like I said, I love soccer. I'm glad that our country's hosting again, and hopefully, like I said, everything works out. I don't plan on seeing the United States getting far, but as far as they managed to do, it's not bad because, as opposed to the rest of the world, that's not our primary sport.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
But if the United States men's team could finally start finding a killer instinct like the women's team have in the past, then, or even do a good showing, they've done all right, but they should have won their other match.
Their highest
Their
performance
coach decided to rest a lot of players, Phil. So
in the
we'll
highest
see what they do
performance
today.
for the United States in the World Cup, and it goes way back. I think like 1912 or 1920 or something like that. The highest we ever got is fourth place.
Okay. Yeah.
And fourth place, believe it or not, is not bad compared to even back then. That wasn't our primary sport. To other countries, soccer nationally. Let's not talk the smaller, clubs like AC Milan or any of them small ones. I'm talking about national teams. There is super pride. If if you're France going up against Italy, it's going to be a fight. If you get eliminated, even if you lose by 1 point or it goes to penalty kicks, it's devastating. It's not the team's not just devastated; the whole country is devastated, and you're talking about maybe 2 or 4 years before you can redeem yourself. Look at the last time there was international soccer team matches, the European Cup. England had that battle cry, bringing it home, and they faced the Italians, and the Italians beat them, and it hurt England's pride. They were devastated.
Yeah.
There's the infamous match between Brazil and Germany, where Germany beat them 7-1. And I have never seen
I remember
that was crying. And I'm not talking that day. I'm talking months after that event. And you can go on YouTube. Don't even take my word for it. Go on YouTube and look, and you see them fans. They're just, particularly Brazil.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
they are known for soccer.
It's crazy. I mean, I've been a fan of the German team since I started playing with them years ago in the FIFA games, and it's amazing.
Whoa, you played with the Germans in FIFA?
Yeah, I did. And
Wow.
it's really amazing to see that the last 3 times that they've barely gotten to where they are, and they're going to have to make a lot of changes because they're just not. They've got problems that they need to fix. So.
Well, another thing I wanted to bring up that's great about this situation is how all the people, in England and others note that our love for the flag, the national anthem, how great and different our national anthem is compared to the other worlds. Like, the one guy is saying in Britain, we have Rule Britannia. And basically, it's you're just thinking about one person, your loyalty or your, being subservient to one person. While the United States has this grand, and I think Doomcock said it right, a national anthem with a bunch of questions. Oh, say, does that Star Spangled Banner yet wave in things?
Well, think
And it's
about when
not
that Star Spangled Banner was written during the War of 1812.
exactly, and it's not making things grandiose like other national anthems. And it's just amazing how the people are singing along with the national anthem, where you don't necessarily get a lot of that in Europe or England. And he goes, and the one English guy was saying that, and look, those flags don't come down after the event. They wave their flags all the time. And it's not illegal because how they're trying to make the St. George Cross illegal, St. Andrew's Cross, even the Union Jack, because it offends the quote unquote migrants coming in and such like that. Other people.
Mhm.
And
Just so you know, Baron, that nice anthem that we have, the music is actually from a British bar song.
yes,
So,
to Akron in heaven.
yep.
To Akron in heaven, where he sits and fat and fogly, and I know the song. Yep, and which is not uncommon. It's not uncommon. So when people sit back and say,
Just like
"Oh,
with
it's
Yankee
hard
Doodle
to sing,"
Dandy.
yeah, that was an insult. Yeah,
Wow.
Mhm.
Okay, so the best that the United States team has done is 2002. They got to the quarterfinals. So that's the best. Before that, 1930 they were in third place.
Yep. And one thing that Lester brings up about, our international guests coming over to the country for the World Cup is that they're appreciative of AC.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, because they're being forced over there not to have it. Many of them.
yeah, because of these unfortunate, as they point out, those socialist policies.
Yeah, and who are the ones that suffer the most? It's the old people.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like, some people are sitting back going, could this be kind of the plan to try to weed out the pensioners so they're not a waste? Are they trying to Kumo them? I know it's Cuomo, but Rush Limbaugh called him Kumo because that's what Jesse Jackson called him was Kumo. But yeah, I mean, are they Cuomoing them? And it's like, you never know.
You never know, but at the same time, the ones who are over here for the World Cup, whether it be the New York, New Jersey area, or out there in California, the Los Angeles area, you have the deputy mayor of Paris. He's blaming Americans and our AC for their heat wave.
Yes.
Yes. It's not the first time they've done garbage like this. Remember, remember back, what was in the 90s or whatever, France was all complaining that it's America's fault for the acid rain that's coming down and destroying the facades and stuff like that, frescoes and all that stuff that they have in France. Of course, when they dug into it a little bit more, it's like, no, that stuff's not coming from the United States, you liars. And that just got disappeared all of a sudden. You never heard anything about it. You never even heard about acid rain no more.
Well,
no, you didn't.
I mean, when they hosted the Olympics, it was a clown show, Baron.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it really
you
was.
Didn't like
The opening ceremony was what a clown show, dude.
Point. I mean, socially identifying as French, not even the French identify as French anymore. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
They have the biggest turnover of immigration. Look, however you want to view immigration, that's each country's business. But we can all actually say being French in France is rare now.
Yeah.
I would say maybe 60%. I told this to Cash Money, and this is not to offend anybody, but if I take a trip to France, I don't want to see another country. I want to
No.
see France. I want
Right.
to see French people.
Mhm.
If I want to see somebody from the country of Orange, I would go to the country of Orange. But this day and age, France is the lead in Europe for this immigration, and you see the problems they have, followed by England. And, you know,
Yes.
if you don't like something about a country, if you don't like a flag, you don't like
Right.
a culture,
Yeah.
why are you there?
Agreed.
You know, if I don't like, I personally don't like New York State. Nothing against somebody from New York State. Been to New York State many times. I don't want to be there. I have all the respect for people living there, but me myself, I don't want to go there, and that's fine. That should be accepted. But here, when I see what's happening in England, when I see what's happening in France, you know, you can see there's a slight turnaround in Germany about it. But I totally agree, which a lot of people don't, with how Poland handles their immigration.
Yes, they did. Yes,
I
they did.
love
Nice.
Poland, and Poland wants to stay Polish. Hey,
Yes, they do.
well, it's a different story for our countries over here, like United States and all the New World, North and South America. Okay, it's a different pot, you know. But when you, like I said, if you want to go to Turkey, you want to see Turks. You don't want to see somebody from, like I said, I'm trying to be nice about it. People from Orange, you know.
Yeah, and the problem is that there's these videos. I mean, not obviously all these foreigners who came over to these countries, but they're doing inappropriate things too, and it's just this adds to the problems. You can't. They don't want to learn from history. It's not that you can't have people coming over to another country, but when you feel invaded,
you absolutely can have people from other countries coming into your country, but everybody seems to forget what happened to Rome.
Yep.
Yes, they do.
You don't defend your borders.
That's right.
You know, look, Rome did a little dirty because some of them they let come across. We need people because at the end, Rome didn't have the population. You know, so they needed what you would call today immigration. What happened was, let's just say, sometimes Romans didn't treat them fairly when they crossed the border, and sometimes the Romans didn't enforce. Okay, you're now coming to Roman territory. You got to listen to Roman law. Now they let them take a whole region, and then they say, "You do what you want. Just mind us for when we call you for war." And what happens after a while, people say, you know what, we're here now. This is ours. We're keeping it. You know, if you look at the history of it, you look at what happened to Gaul, you know, the Franks took over. Well, the Franks didn't take it over all by conquest. You know, the Franks first went in, and then, here comes the Visigoths. They go to Spain. And then centuries later, you have the Italians. Well, we need some population. Lombards come down, you know. At a certain point in time, some of it was conquest. But the bottom line is, you don't enforce what you have at your border of your country and stipulate these are our laws, then you're going to get a whole different group of people coming in and saying, no, we're not listening to you.
Yep. Yeah. Tim, good to see you. He says I'm for immigration, but legal immigration. And, you know, I think I could safely say for all of us here on the panel, we're all for legal immigration. It doesn't matter if it's here. It doesn't matter if it's another country. If you're going to enter that country, do it legally.
That's why
Find out what the laws of the land are.
That's why we had Ellis Island. The whole purpose of Ellis Island, and people don't want to acknowledge it, but the truth is to weed out those that we deemed unacceptable. We sent millions back from Ellis Island that said you're not qualified to come to the United States. Some was because of health issues, but others were for other reasons, you know, and they sent back. So,
I mean,
you know,
I had family got sent back. So
it could have been as simple as, maybe X amount of people from this country, we already filled our quota, so try again next year. Or you don't have what they call a sponsor here. You know, what they like back in the day between the 1880s and the 1930s, maybe a little bit in the 40s and 50s, you had to have a sponsor. That means the previous member of your family has to be there, established, and kind of Americanize you when you come over.
Well, think about the Jewish people who were escaping Germany during World War II.
Yeah.
Some of them had to have relatives already here in order to help them get here.
Yep. There was, and I don't like to point this out, but it's a sad point, kind of depressing. There was a ship off the coast of the United States full of Jewish people trying to escape Europe before the war. And they literally couldn't let them in. They wouldn't let them in. And we literally had to send the ship back to Europe. We're talking about maybe 300 or 400 people or more. You know, we actually, you know, that's a death sentence. That was pretty much a death sentence. So it isn't like we haven't sent people back. We did, you know. So, I mean, even today, you look, our founding fathers, they put laws in place. You couldn't vote on a federal level when this nation was formed unless you had 50 acres and you were a white male. You couldn't vote. That's regardless if you served in the Army during the Revolutionary War. That's regardless if you didn't have 20 acres cultivated out of that 50. So if you had like 10 and the other 40 wasn't, you can't vote.
Exactly.
So, yeah, there was a lot of, you know, like I said, when you think at the start of the country, everybody thinks, oh, this freedom's like, yes, we got freedoms, but certain freedoms we didn't get. We didn't vote for the state senate. I mean, not state senator, the U.S. senators until 1912. That was appointed by state. That was one of the state's rights.
Yeah, I was going to say state government were the ones that appointed the representatives for each state.
Yep.
And to be honest with you, I want to go back to that system, be honest.
So, like I said, we learn, you know, hopefully this, and there's a lot of stuff in this movie we can learn from, and there's going to be a lot that, I'm not the one to like to be a spoil sport, but I will point out sometimes certain things.
That's what I want you to do, Phil, is point out the things that aren't true in the movie.
Gotcha.
As much as the things that are true in the movie, because there are truths in the movie and there are definitely some exaggerations.
Definitely. Only thing I would say to anybody, when you're looking at this history of time, you get this impression that all 13 colonies were all good together, hunky-dory, the British were treating us bad, and everybody was ready to kick them out. That wasn't the way it was.
Nope.
You know, there were wars between the colonies. There were inward fights, not only inside the colonies, but outside the colonies. I can guarantee you there isn't a colony, North Carolina, for example, they didn't get along all the time with Virginia. They didn't always get along with South Carolina. I'm not sure about any actual physical combat, but I can tell you the Maryland, Pennsylvania War that helped create the Mason-Dixie line. You hear people, you know, on YouTube say Mason-Dixie line was created to separate free from slave. No, it wasn't. It was to put the line in place between Maryland and Pennsylvania. Had nothing to do with slavery. Matter of fact, 10 out of the 13 colonies were slave.
Yeah, and think about the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Not everybody was on board doing that either.
Nope.
Some people you had to, you know, drag kicking and screaming to sign it.
Yep. And they didn't all sign it at the same time.
No.
It took over a month to get everybody to sign the Declaration of Independence.
And Ben Franklin was one of the last to kind of join in. He was it took a while, but he finally broke down and realized that the crown wasn't going to do anything for them. And he sided with the colonists. Up to that point, he was a staunch royalist.
Yep.
Yeah, he was.
He was the postmaster, which eventually was of the colonies, appointed by Great Britain. So he was actually, you know, working at the time for technically with the British, and it helped establish our postal service, which he would be probably disappointed in today. But, you know, But yeah,
Well,
I mean,
who isn't? Who isn't?
Yeah, like I said, this day and age, look, about this time area, I am 5 minutes away from the Battle of Coach's Bridge, the first time the American flag was flown in battle. I am 10 minutes away from the Battle of Brandywine. There's a house not far from me, 2 minutes away, where Lafayette was stationed. I am less than, depending on traffic, 30 minutes away from Baltimore for its War of 1812, but Delaware was bringing the gunpowder, DuPont gunpowder, back and forth to Fort McHenry. I'm about 20 minutes away from Philadelphia. So at nighttime, if I want to, I can probably hear the ghosts of the Revolutionary War fighting their battle all the way from what is now Elkton, Maryland, all the way up to the Brandywine battlefield. So,
And I suppose
not only that, there, Phil, the ghost of the Revolutionary War, but also the ghost of the Civil War.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like I said, just out my front door, I got where Delaware declared its independence. Like I will tell you at the time, I'll probably say now, 2 colonies declared independence before the Declaration of Independence. The first one is Rhode Island, declared itself independent before the Declaration was even brought up. And Delaware, we declared our independence on June 15th. We officially separated from Pennsylvania and Great Britain on that date. We weren't waiting for a Continental Congress to decide it.
No, Delaware and Rhode Island were tired of what was going on.
Yep.
And they said, we're out.
Yep. So when it was a formality, but Delaware almost caused the Declaration of Independence to be null and void because it was agreed that it had to be a majority vote. And most colonies had 3 representation in the Continental Congress. The problem was Delaware at that time only had 2 because Caesar Rodney, who you see on the first quarter with when they did the states, he was sick and dying of cancer. And the rule for the Delaware colony was if there's 2, the elder person of Delaware's representation had the vote, tie-breaking vote. And its name was George Reed, one of the few people that signed the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. He was going to vote for non-independence. And they had to send some representation, a person to ride down all the way to Dover to Caesar Rodney in his deathbed to get on a horse and ride 250 miles in a storm with facial cancer to go in there to break the tie vote. Because had it been stated the same, Delaware would officially had to say no, and that would have ended the Declaration of Independence right then and there.
Now, before we get started with the movie, I do want to acknowledge those of you who are in the chat. I do see you, and that's why I have been trying to highlight everybody. Of course, I want to say hello to Jamie Lynn Simmons. Good to see you. We also have everybody's favorite guy who likes to say you're wrong, even when we're right. That's Shane. Hey, Shane, how you doing?
When did he become a favorite? Hi, Shane.
Hello to Shane and Dork Girl. Don't listen to Baron. Baron's being Baron.
Hey, I hear you guys got some storms up there the other day.
Yeah.
Fun, isn't it?
I also want to say hello to Lester. Good to see you, brother.
America.
And, of course, there are
some who call me Tim.
We have Tim, also known as FKHC 2005. And I also want to say hello to someone over on Rumble, and that's Varda Elentari. Good to see you. I was trying to say it right. That's why I said it slow. And of course, the Guardian of the Void, the Keeper of the Dragons, and she's been very, very generous. And you don't have to do it, Lady Miss, but you've been very generous with the $2 super stickers, and I greatly appreciate it. But the Guardian of the Void herself, the Keeper of the Dragons, Lady Mist, and of course,
and the producer of the show because of the executive producer. Hi, Lady Mist.
Yes. And of course, we have Jason Fox of 540 Studio. He's Norwegian.
Norski.
And Baron's version of patriotism is a bit too Russian. Actually, he's a big fan of dear leader in North Korea, but we're not talking about that. Otherwise, Baron can go sit with the redcoats.
That's right.
While the rest of us patriots.
What's wrong? I like Dennis Rodman. In basketball. That's very American. Yeah. Very American.
Oh, crap.
Don't make me declare my independence from you, Baron.
That's right.
I thought you already did.
Gosh.
I thought all three of you did. So.
But I'm going to go ahead and hit play on the Patriot. I do have the captions ready to go, and here we go.
That's right. We're watching a movie. Almost forgot. Hey, it's the lady who posed for Lady Liberty. I didn't know they had dirigibles back in this Revolutionary War.
They didn't, Baron.
Oh, but, oh. Music in this movie, by the way, is wonderful as well.
It really helps set the mood.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of hard to realize that is Roland Emmerich that did this, because the directing and style is very much Mel Gibson's as well.
Mm-hmm. And of course, this movie had its on June 27th, 2000 in Century City. And then it was released nationwide on June 30th of 2000.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, other than Mel Gibson, you have Jason Isaacs, and you also have Renee Auberjonois.
Renee Auberjonois, yes.
And Chris Cooper.
Yes. And of course, the late Heath Ledger.
Right.
Yes.
I was going to bring that up. That was my first. This movie's my first experience of seeing Heath Ledger, and it's like I was just blown away by his performance in this.
Mm-hmm.
Just one thing I want to point out, even though this is taking place in South Carolina, notice the crop that's in the field. It's not cotton. It's not cotton.
It's corn.
Corn.
Mm-hmm. And Adam Baldwin's in here too. Can't forget.
Yeah.
Can't forget.
He's become quite a quality actor. Yeah.
You can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it would be corn and collards.
Yeah. Tom Wilkinson, rest in peace. Another great actor.
Who? Sorry, I didn't hear Cash.
Tom Wilkinson.
Tom Wilkinson.
Oh, Tom Wilkinson. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am glad Mel Gibson took this role instead of taking what was that one? The other one that was competing with this movie, Gladiator. He did. I don't see Mel Gibson making a great Roman.
Well, Russell Crowe was more suited for Gladiator, definitely, and Mill was more suited for this. So
it was fine. It just we didn't need a Gladiator 2, but yeah, Gladiator is a great movie.
And I was going to mention it before it popped up in the credits, but John Williams also did the music for this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which
is why it's got a great soundtrack. Or score.
Yeah.
Do you notice the cash crop that's hanging on the roof?
Mm-hmm.
You know, John Williams, I know he's obviously a lot older now, but his last score that he did for the Spielberg Aliens film, it was there, but it wasn't anything spectacular. I'm not going to blame him for it. It still sounded good. It's just
maybe it had a lot to do with the movie, but he is like 90.
It might have been. I know.
You'll get some people that'll tell you, and don't hate me for this, that the United States Army is the oldest government formed of the United States. It's not.
Mhm.
It's the Postal Service.
Mhm.
Postal Service is, you can technically say, first, then the United States Army.
Mm-hmm.
How apropos I'm smoking cigar with that cash crop that these got.
Oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Wisconsin, for rappers, it was known for the rappers for cigars. The people would come from all over to buy. From I knew a guy, his father was doing all that. So get someone from Cuba, and you get somebody from Dominican Republic coming up and
Mm-hmm.
buying it. So you
All right.
would ever think Wisconsin, But again,
All right. Yep. No, just be good to me, Kosmi. Be good to me.
I was going to say, hopefully nobody has problems. I made sure everything was set to run smoothly for tonight.
It's not your fault, Mike, I'm sure.
I'm surprised you didn't blame Phil.
Not this time.
But if anybody does experience any issues, please let me know right away.
Yeah. No problem.
I'll do what I can to try to fix it.
How would people be if they had to rely on candlelight inside?
I think people would be out of their minds.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I don't really know, man. Take a lot of these newer people back in time and see if they can survive. I don't know.
Well,
Where's
it'd be
my
hard for me.
phone? Yeah.
I think it would be hard for all of us to go back 250 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It would be rough.
Ooh, look at those. Where's my macchiato?
Sorry, there's no Starbucks on every corner.
No.
No fast food joint on every corner.
No.
Oh, and here's the kicker. No internet, no cell phone service.
Nope.
Yep.
And your entertainment is,
Yep.
if you got a letter in the mail, like
That's
they're
right.
looking, or you're reading a book.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Our singing,
Or they'll have some kind of entertainment going on in the town, I'm sure, whatever. Yeah.
But even in the home, you had people that would play
Mhm.
various instruments and even sit around and sing. But yeah, going down to the bar and grill, public houses. Oh. Love those glasses.
Yeah, and also keep in mind too, not everybody could read.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little historical correction. Nobody would knowing that they were making a Declaration of Independence. That was never brought out to the public till actually after it was ready to come out.
Hmm.
Yeah, you don't want to tip your hat to the crown.
Yeah, right. Makes sense.
But you look at the interior sets. Yep.
We call it Charleston today. We don't say Charleston.
Yeah, but even looking at the interior for the house, if you've ever been to George Washington's house on Mount Vernon, it's very similar decoration.
Yep. Yeah, it's that colonial look.
Mhm.
Had a little bit of a resurgence at one time.
Could you imagine going to the big city and seeing dirt roads? And that's
Yeah.
on a good day. That's not counting people throwing stuff out the window. And yeah, it could start raining.
Yep.
And people were notorious for throwing stuff out the window.
Yeah, thunder mugs, particularly.
And Lady Miss said, I learned from Depression parents to stand on my own because they had to.
Mm-hmm. The thing is there was decorum for the thunder mug. You had to warn people if you were tossing out a thunder mug.
Mm-hmm. Even at Disney World in Liberty Square,
Mm-hmm.
there's a part of the sidewalk, and that's supposed to represent where all the crap went.
Mm-hmm. And let's not forget what the horses left, too.
Yeah.
And look at the practical effects. I love it.
Mm-hmm. And we've got local justice hanging.
Yep.
I'm
Now that I-
surprised they didn't show tar and feathering being done, which was notorious at this time.
Nothing like a good burning of a effigy.
Yeah, again, something that we had mentioned earlier with Yankee Doodle Dandy. That was written as an insult.
Yep.
What did our
Yep.
forefathers do?
Yes, it
They
was.
said, hey, we're making this an anthem.
Yeah. I'm surprised it didn't become our national anthem. But yeah, I mean that's where I've always sat back. Is if someone does something that's supposed to be insulting to you, grab it and you use it as your own. You take the power away.
Mm-hmm.
And Yankee Doodle is the perfect example of it. Do they even teach Yankee Doodle to the kids nowadays?
And just think about it. This is back in a day and age where everybody had to talk to one another.
Oh no.
Yes, you still had people that would bury their heads in the book.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine seeing all those tall ships in one spot like that?
Mm.
Awesome.
Well, you know, he is destined to become the Joker. Oh.
True.
Well, I mean, you know, that's what people did back then, or take pigtails and put them in the inkwell.
Lady Miss says that she misses having horses. She loves riding.
Mm-hmm.
It is relaxing when you're able to ride a horse.
When you're actually on a horse, yeah, it's quite an experience.
Just imagine, ladies and gentlemen, being a fly on the wall for conversations regarding America's independence.
That's why it's nice having Madison's notes on the debates and discussions day by day about that I have.
Because I can pretty much fathom that they were pretty lively.
Oh yeah.
That's that. Oh, Chris Cooper. That's right. Chris Cooper was talking earlier.
And Tim's being funny, saying it's Mad Max, the Revolutionary Warriors. And the Interceptor is a horse-drawn buggy.
One thing to note about this time that they're in is that the United States, if you want to call it that, or the colonies, you had everybody in a third. A third of the country was probably thinking, yes, we can go our own way and don't have to deal with the British anymore. You had another third that was totally opposite, loyal to the British. Then you had one third that didn't care anyway. You might call them the one-third silent minority, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you didn't get a push to where everybody was more favoring to independence towards the end of the war, but not at the start, not even during the midway of the war. So,
and of
Because
course,
think about it. The Revolutionary War went from 1776 to 1789.
83. The Peace Treaty of Paris is 1783.
And of course, a lot of those that were loyalists, of course, left. They went down to either the Caribbean,
Canada.
some went to South America,
Yep.
and some went
Canada.
back to Britain. Yeah, and Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, I was for a second.
See, this is how you do this stuff.
You have to show the tension in the
What?
families too,
Oh.
because there were families that were divided. No, you're loyal to the crown. This house is loyal to the crown.
Right.
Right. I mean, the hardest thing that Benjamin Franklin had to do was disown his son, because his son remained loyal, and they never talked again. And he was writing his his autobiography for his son, So basically, he stopped writing his autobiography. It's basically an incomplete work, and then they got a lot of his. What copy I have has a bunch of his letters that he had.
You know, Ben Franklin's son was the royal governor of New Jersey, and when this war broke out, after that they never spoke again. And
Never
before
again.
the war, they were very, very close.
Yeah, extremely close.
Yep.
And also, correct me if I'm wrong, if my memory is not serving me correctly, but there was a Revolutionary War where we actually started developing tactics that we still use today.
Yeah, the guerrilla warfare.
Quote, fighting like Indians.
The British thought we were being incredibly dishonorable. And then we also had another thing we started doing. We started taking out the generals.
Yep. We
That
weren't
was not
scared of
according
treating
to oil.
officers,
Yep.
which the British thought that was a war crime. One thing I want to say is the constant use of the blue uniform was not standard in the Continental Army. Very few units. 1st Delaware was the one that had it. Most of these people from the Revolutionary War, their uniforms, just plain white. Plain white. So when you see this where you have the Continental Army all in blue, that's not historically accurate.
Well, isn't it true that some of the Continental soldiers also just wore what they had on their back?
Just where they accept in certain circumstances to separate from the same colony, the loyalists. Like in New Jersey, the loyalists will wear green. American patriots typically wore all white. In some cases, they both wore white, and one would put playing cards in their hats to separate them from the other side. So it was a mixed match. You know, it wasn't as standard as the British had it. You know, they had red.
Right.
You know.
That's pretty cool, Jamie. And Tim says, like I said, my dad's side of the family, I think his father's side was in this part of the USA during the Revolutionary War. And they fought too.
Did you not go?
And it's like I said on Sunday, part of my family, granted it's distant, but part of my family is related to both John and Samuel Adams.
I knew there was Yankee in you. I knew it.
No, there's American Patriot in me, Phil.
It could be worse. You could be from Maine, but you're not.
Decided to take pictures of your kitchen or your refrigerator there, Jamie?
No, it's the Power Rangers. Megazord, the Power Coins, the Morpher, the Rangers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I do see now I had to look at it again. Yeah, I do see the Power Rangers thing. I see. I gotcha. The last picture kind of looks like some food, though.
Well, it's the Power Coins, so you must be hungry.
That's funny.
Cass picks up a power cord, goes to morphin time, then eats it. And then he
Morphin time. Yep.
has a stomach ache.
Oh, man.
Mhm.
So your family weren't a bunch of Benedict Arnolds, if that's what you're saying, Tim.
Yep. There's the cold realization to war to such young
Yes.
caps.
I'm not one to defend Benedict Arnold, but we owe him the country. If he didn't win the Battle of Saratoga, and he won the Battle of Saratoga, no French
did.
intervention, no independence. So
Mhm.
he's a traitor, but we owe him.
Well, then he got but what happened was hubris got to the best of him, and
Yeah.
he didn't
Well,
think he was being treated
the
properly.
government got involved by not paying him what he was owed, and
Mhm.
he had enemies. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, and I feel now like when it's these movies are showing like war scenes, like they want to try to sugarcoat things. No, don't do that.
No.
Don't do that at all.
Well, like Hacksaw Ridge, that didn't sugarcoat anything.
No.
It's good to hear.
Gibson didn't sugarcoat anything with Braveheart. I mean, horrible history
No.
movie, but damn, the battle sequences that they had in there was.
And Veritex, good to see you tonight. And Tim says, no, we are not.
Always smart. And there he is doing his Warhammer 4K figures. Not 40K, 4K.
Yeah, the Britons.
Very
man.
cool, Tim. If you want to post that into the Discord, you're more than welcome to.
Mm-hmm. And he died in obscurity also in Britain.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he thought, oh, I'll go to the British side and they'll love me. Well, no, that didn't work.
And that's another thing. Imagine the tensions.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the one thing. When you had the quote unquote ride and all that, they're screaming the British are coming. They never said that was the redcoats.
Yeah, because they still consider themselves loyal, British, loyal to the British.
I always hope that one day a lot of people will stop being ignorant about history, and teachers and professors will teach.
Mm-hmm.
We'll stop with their BS.
Well, it just means we have to get rid of these morons, liars, and I'm going to say it, treasonists, and put people in there. And that this is what happened: good, bad, and indifferent.
That's right.
Right, and that is what needs to be. Oh, guess what came to the backyard? But that's important.
Go ahead, Baron. Then I'll read what Lady Miss said.
Oh, what did Lady Miss? Go ahead. What she said. Yeah, he did.
But Lady Miss says George Washington played a vital part in transforming the fighting tactics, the American Army. Instead of open field, he switched to the Fabian strategy.
Yep. Well, yeah, because we were getting slaughtered in the regular warfare, that they did back then. The Brits had us by the cojones.
George Washington only had one strategy, and that wasn't to win battles or anything, was to survive. As long as he kept the army, even though sometimes they got under 5,000, as long as the army stayed intact, we had a chance to win the war.
Well, it was go ahead. I was going to say, he was performing a harassing war. He was keeping them moving constantly with how he was doing stuff. They weren't able to focus on a lot of stuff, many of them, because they're too busy chasing down this crazy general. One thing about George Washington, too, the one story is, he was Washington was extremely religious man, and he would go out every night and pray, but he'd do that away from the troops because it's like, in some areas of the Bible where they sit back and say, don't make a big deal about it. If you need to, go into a closet or whatever. So he was kind of like that, and he was out praying, and one of the redcoats came up on him. In fact, I believe it was Sharps or somebody like that, and their job was to try to take out Washington. This guy goal was to try to take out Washington, and he comes up to Washington praying, and it's like halt who goes there, that type of stuff. And Washington gets up and goes, I'm General George Washington, or I'm George Washington, General of the Continental Army. The guy didn't believe him. He thought, no way would someone do that, especially when they know they have a price on their head, literally. And but he did.
Yeah, and to answer Vertex's question about did George Washington see any Indian scouts? Yes, he did during the French-Indian War.
Yep. There's a lot of guys that learned something from the French-Indian War. It was a nasty war, too.
That it was.
Kind of funny, because the French and the Indians joined up to attack the British colonies, and what happens? We get the French on our side during the war.
Of course, Fitz Marks, good to see you. Says American partisans did a lot of asymmetric warfare tactics against British, even going into the War of 1812. And he also says there was a rumor there was a bad thunderstorm that night and a tornado had possibly touched down. Yeah. Now, a serious question for everybody. What would you do if you saw a bunch of redcoats on your property?
Nothing, because there's nothing you
It's
can
really,
do.
yeah, I can't. I don't know if you could do it. Starting trouble would probably just get you killed, so especially with all those redcoats around. Yeah.
You might have to turn Blacksmith and Brandywine on them.
Yes, as far as the British were concerned, this was treason.
Yep. There was no Geneva Convention. If a British officer says shoot all the wounded, shot and killed all the wounded. The
Happy
person,
hump day, Jamie.
the person you see playing the British officer here.
Yeah,
is-
that's Jason Isaacs.
Yeah, he's playing a fictional character, but he's based upon an actual British Cavalier that was just as notorious as he was. He ends up getting killed at the Battle of Smoky Mountain. And what happened was he had told, if you're not siding with us, even if you're or neutral, not participating, I'm going to burn your houses and kill your livestock. So people that weren't a part of the Continental Army or militia or anything, just basic people, farmers from North Carolina and what would be Tennessee, got together and ended up fighting him on Kings Mountain, and he ended up dying on Kings Mountain.
Yep.
But he was notorious. Most of the battles you see here that he's portraying in, I wish I could remember the guy's name, but he didn't take no prisoners and didn't show no mercy.
And Veritex says American Battlefield Trust says Washington did not commission Indian officers, but did recruit indigenous warriors, mainly Oneida and Prescoria, to serve as scouts, light troops, and messengers. Veritex, it's been so long since I've watched this, I can't quote anything from this movie exactly.
But before and during this war, George Washington had a, I don't want to say totally bad reputation with the Indians, but during the war, there was a New York tribe of Seneca Indians that went on a rampage and started massacring civilians up in New York. And George Washington, even though he lacked a lot of men and needed them, sent 5,000 Continental soldiers up to that tribe with orders to wipe them out. And he almost did that. And years later, when he's president, the chief of that tribe came up to him and he said, you almost wiped out my whole entire tribe. And George Washington said, we only gave what you given, pretty much. And, but they had a special Indian name. They called it, but I can't say the Indian name, so I'm just going to say what to translate. He was known as the Devastator. They called him the Devastator. So.
Now, let me ask you all this. You see that happen to a member of your family. You see your home burning down to the ground. Would this make you go, that's it? I'm enlisting.
Oh hell yeah.
Kind of reminds me of that Clint Eastwood movie when he's a civilian and his family gets killed by the Union bushwhackers. Josie Wales.
Yeah,
same
Josie
thing.
Wales.
Same thing.
Well, you're familiar with the legend of the blacksmith of Brandywine, aren't you, Phil?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at that guy. He was gone when he came back. His family was all massacred. He grabbed his hammer and he went out and he took out the soldiers that did that. And then, but at the end, though, he did talk to, he did have a conversation with the guy who was in charge as they died. And, kind of explaining, hey, you fuck with me, I fuck with you. Excuse the French.
Yep.
I mean, I think the legend of the, well, it's not a legend, it's real, but I think the blacksmith of Brandywine needs to be told more.
Yeah. And Vertex says maybe that's his weakness. What, pride? Pride can be a fine weakness. French guy says, I would prefer stupidity. Mel smiles and says, pride will do fine.
And I love that he's got how many rifles he's got because, again, single shot, smoothbore, musket. Well, we might have squirrel guns with them. That's the one thing that we had. A lot of us had that the Brits did it. Rifled, actual rifles, not smoothbores.
Mm-hmm.
Smoothbores might have been easier and faster to reload, but you didn't. You had notorious aim. But with a squirrel gun or a rifled one, woo.
I was gonna say, with a rifle gun, you had more control.
Right. It wasn't as fast as the smoothbore because obviously the rifling. But yeah, you made up for being able to take somebody out, and even at a longer distance. And of course, just like in Josie Wales here, it's like, okay, we need someone to reload while the other one's shooting.
Yep. And MG Studios over on Rumble, welcome. If you'd like to watch the Patriot along with us, the Kosmi link is pinned to. Oh shit! I forgot to pin. My bad.
Oh no! Oh no!
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, that's it. Demerit to Mike.
This is madness.
It is madness, man. Madness.
My bad. My bad. I thought I had already pinned it.
That's horrible English. My bad. It's like, when did that come about?
I don't know. It's all right.
It's like on accident. No, it's by accident.
Yeah, good point. But
right.
A lot of people now.
The Kosmi link is now in the chat if you'd like to watch.
Well, as I said,
the Patriot along with us, because I am an idiot for not pinning it there. And
society will fall, Baron. When people start changing words, it starts, and then everything gets reversed from there.
And hello to Nixon Manic over on the Blaze side.
And
that's my fault, ladies and gentlemen. 43 minutes into the movie and two sides didn't get to see it.
Yeah, this is a type of war for the red shirts, red coats were not accustomed to doing.
And this is showing the tactics that were starting to be used by our side.
Mm-hmm.
Most of for the Americans were veterans of the French and Indian War.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get people from both sides in this war. They'll become veterans of Napoleon War of 1812. You'd be surprised how veterans overlap multiple wars. So,
yeah.
Andrew Jackson was a kid at this time, and I believe in South Carolina or Georgia. And as a kid, the British come to the town and occupy it, and the British officer ordered Andrew Jackson to polish his boot, and he told him no. So the officer takes his sword and puts a scar on his face. If you ever look at any pictures, paintings, or on the $20 bill, you see it, scar on his face.
Mm-hmm.
I love.
No, Tim, come on, man.
He had an immense hatred of the British. I think the only person that hated the British more was George Washington himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. They had one of the depictions that was, a woodcut of the depiction of that, and they made the young Andrew Jackson. He's got the young body, but they still have the old face of him. From that incident, it's like, come on, at least make him look a little younger. But they wanted to make sure they knew who you're talking about.
You could say that about Wallace here, Jet. He is like an 18th century Rambo.
Yeah, he is.
Yes. Well, you push somebody too far,
Yep.
especially you start killing family members.
Mm-hmm. Wow, Dad's pissed. I mean, that look on their faces.
Yeah.
But historically, the war in the South during this time, it was very bloody. It just was like the Civil War, family against family, community against community. It was really bloody,
Mm-hmm.
And you have to remember at the start, Georgia, South Carolina were really not really wanting to get involved in this war. The war specifically mentioned Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm. And Lady Miss, you're absolutely right. They never should have murdered his son.
Right. And burned down his house.
That's right.
Yep. They drew the line.
Well, he violated the guy violated the basically what they considered the rules of war at that time. Basically, in some sense, this was the blacksmith, what we're seeing here, except with rifles and axes and knives.
Mm-hmm.
And he lived, I'm sorry, if I saw Mel Gibson walking in, it's like, okay, we're not messing with this guy.
You do realize who that is. It's Mad Max.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Baron, so here's a question for you.
Yo.
What movie do you think, or movies, maybe more than just one, but did besides something like The Patriot, like the war scenes, what film did you really enjoy that you thought they did an authentic job with the war scenes? That might be a tough question, but well, I know how you feel about Full Metal Jacket, which I understand. So,
oh yeah, well yeah, it's because I mean you're watching, it's like, oh my god, this is this is stupid tactics that you're doing here, especially with the sniper scene. Mm-hmm. It's like let's sit in front of an open hole that leads to with a guy, and you know better than that. I'm sorry, you know better than that. But Braveheart. Again, Braveheart is one.
I still got to watch all that. Yeah, I've seen parts.
The brutal. The scenes are brutal. Like I said, the movie's crap for history. Don't watch the movie for it. Just watch it for being a good movie, a good history fiction, and awesome fighting. Chimes at Midnight, black and white film done by Orson Welles.
Okay.
It's basically retelling of his doing Falstaff. Taking several of the Shakespearean plays and centering around Falstaff.
Absolutely,
that's where some of our battle scenes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. I thought Saving Private Ryan obviously did a job. I mean, there were people who, especially in the beginning, people who were actually crying, who I'm quite sure were actually in the military or actually know of people who were.
Well, I mean, think about it, and I don't know how long it's been for anybody who's seen it, or if you've ever seen it, but We Were Soldiers. The battle scenes in that were very realistic.
And I'm ashamed to say I have not seen that one or Saving Private Ryan. I've seen bits and pieces of the combat, and it's like, oh yeah, this is brutal. But I want to definitely see We Were Soldiers again. Mel Gibson. I mean, also
another movie I thought had good battle scenes was Hamburger Hill.
Yeah. Well, not only that, the insanity that they had in that one, where that was the first time someone used a phone card to call in a strike. I can't remember, was the strike or extraction? I can't remember, but the one guy had a phone card, and it was the first time that ever happened. They had it in that movie, and you think that's just BS, but no, that is real. That was real.
Did anybody notice the name of the Indian tribe them scouts were from?
Unfortunately, I did not see. Sorry, Phil.
Okay. It's Cherokee. Now, when you hear him later talk about when he fought in the French and Indian War, his primary enemy was the Cherokee and the French.
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind you, as American colonists and later Americans, there'll be another war, and the Cherokee 60% were favored of the British, and 40% were kind of for the Americans.
Mm-hmm.
After that after the War of 1812, the grand census of the thing was they couldn't trust the Cherokee. We got to move them west. Hence, you get the Trail of Tears.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, because they picked the French, picked the British, and depending on which section of the tribe you're from, they picked the British for a third time. Now, not every Cherokee was forced to go west on the Trail of Tears. So, vast majority were able to stay in Georgia and South Carolina. But the vast majority, they couldn't. They felt we couldn't trust them because they felt if we ever went to war again with Britain, they would probably side with them. So, but they weren't the only tribe. The same situation happened here in Delaware. You might call them Delaware Indians, but we have another name for them. Half the tribe was forced to go west because 2 out of 3, they were side with the French and the British. One section of the tribe was more loyal to the Americans. They got to stay. The other half of the tribe got shipped to what is now Oklahoma. So not every tribe as a whole was shipped out there. But when it comes to the Cherokee, I would say a good 60% of the tribe got sent to Oklahoma. And the main reason is what you just saw here in the movie. And then you'll see it happened again in 1812. So.
Anonymous, it's good to see you, brother.
Anonymous.
He needs to go do his honey to-do list before his wife gets mad at him.
Well, he's probably sitting in the she shed right now.
Sitting in the sea shed watching the Patriot.
Yeah. There we go. What better can he have?
His old lady says that if he's drinking Old Duels, he's okay. But if he even tries to drink beer with alcohol, he's in trouble.
Oh my gosh.
How about apple cider? The hard cider.
He's not allowed to have any alcohol. The only thing he can pretend to drink beer with is Old Duels. Or St. Pauli girl, not alcohol.
What is Phil going to do? Knock on his door? What have you been drinking?
Yep.
I'm sorry, sir.
His wife probably has one of them. What do they call them? Little things you throw into like a remote control, and you can have a camera on it. The drone. She probably has a drone chasing after him.
Gosh.
Unless she turned him into a drone.
And Anonymous says, that's the thing, Phil. She's always mad. And Gabriel's chosen to go on his own.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to lose another son.
Yeah. And he doesn't want to fight a war, but he's getting dragged into it.
Yes. And that happens sometimes, unfortunately, with people that, want to stay out of it, and then they just, gets too close to home, as they would say, right?
Right. They keep on poking the bear. It's like, leave the bear alone and all will be okay,
And you can see on their faces, they don't want him to go.
No.
Am I correct? That little girl here, she ends up, in real life, she passes away at a young age.
I don't know.
I'll double check.
I think she passes away somewhere like 2012 or something. She wasn't that old.
I'm looking that up right now. As soon as I find something, I'll let everybody know.
Whoa.
Yes, she did pass away in 2014, July 19th of 2014.
Oh, that's a shame. That's not a sight you want to wake up
Nope.
to.
If I'm correct, that's supposed to represent the Battle of Camden. Or it could be Cowpens, one of the two, which was a total disaster because the person Washington put in charge there, Gates, he was technically the commander at Saratoga, but it was really Benedict Arnold that really brought the victory. So he had no choice when he sent some of the men south to fight in South Carolina and Georgia. They put him in command, and he was, let's just say, not capable of leadership. And during this battle, he ends up running away and literally goes from South Carolina all the way to pretty much back to Philadelphia, nonstop.
Can you imagine fighting that way where you're walking in and you're just letting them shoot at you?
I couldn't do it. I'd have to get the cover.
Mm-hmm. But they got him so trained.
And even Anonymous says, I'll never get over that type of warfare they fought back then.
Yeah, it's
It made zero sense.
Yes.
You have to understand the gun at the time was probably 100 yards, maybe. So the philosophy is you're not going to get an accurate shot by yourself. But if you get like 100 men or more and you're doing a volley, your chances of hitting somebody is almost more guaranteed than it was more for, let's just say, better for ammo than it is for the person's lives.
It's also kind of a excuse me. Still kind of a leftover. No, sorry about that.
This is kind of historic because at the Battle of, if this is Cowpens or Camden, I think it's Cowpens. The Delaware and Maryland Brigade, which was the finest unit in the Continental Army, stood its ground while the rest of the Continentals ran away and pretty much got devastated. George Washington cried 2 times. First time when George Hazlitt was killed, he was from Delaware. The second time when he got word that the Delaware Maryland Brigade was wiped out. These are some of the same men that are known as, they call it the Maryland 300, but Delaware was there, that fought up in New York State at the Battle of Manhattan.
By the way, the one guy that was with the earlier scene, the aide de camp or the aide to the general, that was, of course, the gentleman who played Galen in Babylon 5. There he is, yeah. Galen and in Babylon 5 in the Crusade.
Nice.
Okay, so we're making the nerds happy. We got a Babylon 5 appearance, and we're pretty soon going to have Deep Space Nine appearance.
And we also have Harry Potter appearance.
Of course, he's right there.
Because Jason Isaac was in Harry Potter.
Yeah, he's a really good actor.
But he was also, I mean, I know how we all feel about current Star Trek, but he was in Star Trek Discovery.
I don't know what that is.
What's that? Oh.
I don't know who, what, where you talking
Seems
about.
foreign, man. I don't know.
I don't know, yeah.
Do you guys notice what he's picking up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is what some people call the Betsy Ross flag.
Mm-hmm.
And if you guys know, Betsy Ross did not design the American flag.
No.
When they were doing the Declaration of Independence, she's in Philadelphia. George Washington goes to her. She's a seamstress, and he already knew they were going to declare independence. He wanted them to develop something so that they can remove the British flag from the upper left quadrant.
Mm-hmm.
So she told him, she said, I need something unique and something that can be done where my soldiers can do it quick. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So what she came up was with the 5-pointed star. Does anybody here know what the 5-pointed star represents? Anybody?
I used to know this. I used
to
know
it. I'm ashamed of myself. I used to.
The 5-pointed star is the Stella Italia. That's the Italian star, and that's based upon when Aeneas left Troy, Venus put the star up there for him to follow to Italy. Sound familiar? Wise men following the star? Well, Aeneas was way before that, Trojan War. And that's what he found, followed to get to Italy. And that's one of the oldest symbols of Italy. The star in our flag represents Rome and our becoming a republic, not a democracy, a republic. Right. And that's what the star represented. Anyway, she developed the star and told George Washington, here's blue fields and stars. Your soldiers can stitch that on, no problem. And that's all they had to do was take the flag and cut out the British flag out of the upper left quadrant. That's how you come up with the stars, the 13 stars.
Mm-hmm. Which I have for my lovely avatar. Oh, let's not forget, though, too, that Cornwallis there, Tom Wilkinson, he was in Batman.
Yes, he was great. Yeah, he was great. Yeah. Falcone, right? Yeah. Right.
Mm-hmm. And Heath Ledger was also in Batman.
Yes, of course. He was, yeah.
So there's a lot of geekiness in this. Roland Emmerich, of course, did Independence Day.
Yeah, then he decided to lose his mind after a while. So yeah.
Well, after he played the Joker, that's when he started losing everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
But,
and Jack Nicholson warned him about the role.
Yeah, he did. Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, that and also, Roland decided to. After Independence Day, it's just he seemed to have lost his vision, so started making a lot of stuff that you went, I don't know about this.
Do you notice the French guy's uniform?
Mm-hmm.
Light blue. That will get changed when 20 years later, well, actually quicker than that, when Napoleon comes, and that becomes very similar to the colonial colors of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
They drop the blue, the light sky blue, and their flag gets changed. They used to have the fleur de lis.
Mm-hmm.
You see it on the New Orleans Saints helmet. When France changes, they put the blue, white, and red.
I learned that one from Captain Picard. Patrick Stewart. Peter Woodward is such a good actor. It's a shame he hasn't gotten more recognition or more roles, just like his dad was. Like,
Mm-hmm.
such a good actor.
Do you notice the green on his uniform?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Red. That symbolizes that he's a British officer with a loyalist regiment, that he's technically commanding Americans loyal to the crown.
Mhm. Yeah. Jason Isaacs, such a good actor, but what a twat waffle.
Yeah.
I did
Well,
like
you can
him in
say that
James
about a
Bond.
lot of Hollywood actors. I mean,
unfortunately,
Yeah.
heck,
yes.
what about with Will Wheaton and George Takei?
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
The Rock is choosing not to talk politics.
it's
Well,
and,
Will Wheaton wasn't a
and,
good actor.
and it shouldn't matter, but we just keep seeing the same thing. I mean, we're watching the downfall of a lot of things. It's not doom and gloom, and we'll see how things will change, but where the gaming industry is, with a lot of the entertainment industry, even movies like this, would anyone have the balls to actually make something like this again? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
I would hope
They
so.
Yes.
should make it, but will they be able to put in the same effort?
Exactly.
Or will it get the recognition? Will it get out there?
Right.
Because people are making stuff like this.
And this is the only actor I hate in the entire movie.
Who's that?
Odell. I'm waiting for
You
him
know-
to shape change into something.
Well, you don't like Rene Auberjonois?
You don't know, like Rene Auberjonois? Yeah.
Auberjonois.
I don't like
Rene
him precisely
Auberjonois.
because nobody can pronounce his last name right.
I don't think it's a bear, though.
It is. Cash, I was at a convention with Rene Auberjonois, and that's
Said a
how he
bear?
told us to say it.
Really? I
Rene
wonder.
Auberjonois.
That's how he said it. Okay. So people have been
Yes.
saying it wrong for many years. Okay.
And I've remembered that ever since. That was 93.
That's awesome, man. Okay. That's weird. Other people pronounce it. Okay. I understand why it's hard to pronounce, though. I get that because it's. Yeah.
Auberjonois. I just say it fast because I love saying it. It's such a great name. But
Yeah, it
if I was
is.
ever saddled with a French name, that's the French name I'd want. Just to have Phil trip over it. And you, Cash.
It's crazy
Kind
that.
of odd. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Phil. They would have been separated by gender. Men on one side, women
Yep.
on the other at this time.
Yeah.
Depending on the church that you were.
That's true.
Depending
That's
on
true.
the church. And people have to understand that when you talk about this time in American history, religion was big. The
Oh,
whole
yeah.
purpose of 13, or you want to count Florida, 14, and Canada, every colony practically had a different form of Christianity. Because Britain, after they became Church of England, the
Mhm.
division never stopped. You get Methodist, then you get Presbyterian, then you get something else, and Baptist. Well, if you look at every colony, it's almost every. What they were trying to do, if you had problems with your community, go to the colonies and create a colony for your religion. So
Mhm.
Massachusetts, you got the Puritans.
Mhm.
Pennsylvania, Quakers. Delaware was pretty much Episcopalian Methodist. Maryland was Catholic.
Mhm.
And the proper way of saying is Mary Land. But they were predominantly a Catholic colony. North Carolina, Virginia, and South Carolina, you would say Episcopal, then Methodist, and then what later became Southern Baptist. So each colony not only had to do things their own different way, but they also practiced religion differently. They even had their own currency. Like in Virginia, they issued their own currency, which probably wasn't accepted up in Massachusetts.
Nope.
They would have to then use British currency. The colonies ran that problem and the problem during the war because every colony was printing out money. So, but yeah, when you're looking at it, they're doing mainly South Carolina.
Real quick, Veritex asked what my favorite line was, and Renee Bergeron just reminded me what it was.
Okay.
A shepherd must tend its flock.
Yep.
It's a great line.
It is. It's been uttered by
That's awesome, man. It's crazy though, Mike. So many people. Of course, these names can be tough, dude. It's just like when the way people spell names, they think it sounds a certain way, and it's like, no, that's not right.
Because it's French.
When he was at the convention, this was when I was still in California. It was at the San Diego Convention Center.
Okay.
He came on stage, and one of the people who were there introduced him. And then somebody who was in the crowd said, "What's the proper way of saying your name?" And he said, "I'll teach you. It's Albert Chamois."
Chamois. Okay. That's great. Okay.
So, when you say it at full speed, Rene Albert Chamois.
Yeah, Rene Albert Chamois.
I think we came to the right place.
That's great, dude. Yeah. Okay. I wonder why. Oh, that's crazy. I wonder if my brother also heard it a certain way too. That's interesting.
Well, before I even heard him actually say how to pronounce his last name, I always thought it was Rene Bergenois.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I liked him back in the day on Benson.
Yeah, he was great on Benson.
Dude, he was a really good actor when he guest starred on Frasier. I mean, the guy had a lot of range. I can't agree with you, Phil, that you don't like him as an actor.
I liked him in Benson, though. He did a great role in Benson. That's probably a show you never seen.
I've watched Benson. Nice try, though, Phil.
Look, a redheaded Cash, get upset. Come on, get me.
No, dude, I don't get upset with redheads. Sorry, that's your fetish of nonsense.
No, we know you don't like redheads.
Sure, Phil.
Especially them fire red ones.
Go work for MS now, man.
You don't like freckles?
Sure.
Oh, look how beautiful that is.
Yeah. When do they meet the next detachment of soldiers? Gator Company.
No, this is reminding me of. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I said this is starting to remind me of 50 years ago when, the Betsy Ross flags were everywhere. We're learning about the history, all that stuff, and it's so disappointing this year. But I guess it's not hard, being that you have.
I get flashbacks of 1976.
Yeah,
don't forget, back then there was a lot. It was not popular to be waving the American flag at that time.
But they started.
It was a shame. I mean, there were bands, American rock bands, that did nothing, absolutely nothing. Mm-hmm. I can only think of one, and that was Kiss when they put the Spirit of '76, and that actually became one of the biggest posters of the year.
Well,
but I can remember as a kid, I got me a bicentennial Betsy Ross flag. And people just didn't like it.
I'm never going to understand now why. I mean, I guess I understand. I unfortunately do understand, but really, I mean, there's always been politics, I guess, at like Woodstock, but it makes sense. It wasn't these lectures that people go, and most of these
Mhm.
people are high anyways, and whatever. But
Mhm.
I just, I can't. Why would I want to listen to like a band like Green Day? I've never hated their music, but I don't. If you want to be ignorant about this stuff, just I'm not going to listen to you.
Yeah. You know, it's been a long time since I've had to make a bullet like that.
But there was a turnaround because in the 80s, if you weren't patriotic and you start claiming good old hippie stuff, you were scorned. It did a total reverse. It's like a generational thing. The generation that was in the 60s that were promoting that end up teaching in schools that are promoting what we have now. You know, it's like it skips every generation. The other generation, like you have more in common with your grandfather than you do with your actual father. You know, in some cases, and it's a generational thing. Like
I'll be
like
right
I
back,
told-
guys.
Okay. Run away. I like that guy, by the way.
That's
And that's just it. There was a lot of militias.
That's right.
No, no, no. Not the puppies.
Just give them some food. Be fine.
Hmm.
There you go.
Fixing the flag. There.
But yeah, I do find it crazy, and though we make jokes about redheads, it's just that they have actually been erasing them from entertainment. It's really crazy. I don't know why you would erase any of this stuff.
I don't know.
It's so dumb.
People don't like. There's people that just don't like redheads and gingers. I adore them.
Yeah.
Especially with the freckles.
Right.
No, I consider freckles a road map. Each one's a little town, like you see on a map, and you just want to travel to every one.
No. I'm never going to understand ever why people want to take beauty out of stuff. Because they such hateful people. They just so ugly inside that they have to.
Yeah, and that ugly comes out outside too. I mean, take a look at the ones that don't want the blue-haired land whales in a sense.
I know.
But real women like seeing attractive women, just like they like seeing attractive men.
Exactly.
No, I could care less about the men myself, but I mean, I like seeing attractive women.
Well,
and that doesn't mean that you're talking about a supermodel.
No,
hot,
it's just I mean, I understand that this stuff can take money and whatever, but people can always make themselves look better if they choose to. I know sometimes it's problems with health issues. I get that, but
yeah.
A lot of people they can make them. They just go out of the house and they're like, look at how I can make myself as ugly as possible. I'm like, are you proud of that? I guess you are. Yeah. And if you have a problem with it, then I just.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe, like, even a movie like this, Baron, would offend certain people because they're just so ignorant. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Mel Gibson's sister-in-law in this film, I think she's pretty dang hot.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he goes full Hunter Biden and marries her, but that's beside the point. Which was not unusual, especially in these times. I mean, ghost to ghost.
Nothing's wrong with redheads, Lady Mist.
Not at all.
Nope.
They are.
It stinks. That's right.
That would be something. Oh yeah.
The fireworks are right.
Oh.
They're in love.
And the other thing is that I find interesting about the entertainment industry now, maybe it's going to take a lot of these independent films to wake up a lot of the rest of the industry, but we'll see.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
The disapproving father.
Yes. Yeah. Payback.
Kind of like the Amish, where they have that board that goes between the two while they're courting, so they can have that night where they can talk and stuff like that before the inevitable marriage. Wow.
But that can be said for anybody, Anonymous.
I see Animos is disparaging Obama phones. That's what I got, man. I got one. So there. Don't disparage it.
Well, you're gonna have to figure out how to fix it, man.
Well, I'm going to actually get another phone and just put the chip in there.
Cash money should be nice and buy you one, Baron.
I hear mumbling, Phil. What was that? Never mind. It's all right.
Don't be cheap.
No, I hear mumbling. It's okay.
You know he's a tease in that area. He likes to flaunt his money, but when it comes down to it, he's a Scrooge. He's got his money bin he swims in.
I wish I had a money bin. That'd be pretty cool. Be heavily guarded if I did.
Yeah, you don't want the Beagle Boys.
That's right.
Hey, Phil, are you a Beagle Boy if he's got...
Phil would definitely be a Beagle Boy. There's no doubt about that.
I'm not participating in you guys' little subject matter.
He would definitely be a Beagle Boy, Baron, no doubt.
Oh, I would be. I'd be the big dumb one.
Surprise, boys.
Yep.
El Camino Real. Well, that's in California, but sorry.
Say, Cash money, I'll teach you to get on the King's Highway.
That can't be Phil.
You know what's interesting? This really is not a typical John Williams score.
No, but you can hear the Star Wars influence.
Oh yeah, you can.
Yes.
And by saying it's not a typical one, it's by no means being critical about it at all. It's like it's nice, it's refreshing. But yeah, you can still hear his signature stuff in there.
But like I said, Disclosure Day had good music, but it just didn't have that pop that you hear right now. But
Mhm. Well,
and
that's
maybe
a good
Baron, because the movie just wasn't that good. I don't know.
Which
So
one's
even
that?
with the
Oh,
music,
that last one?
Disclosure Day, yeah,
Oh, Disclosure Day, yeah.
yeah. Because there are, even with a great composer, like, oh, the music's great, but the movie, eh.
Who needs the French?
Well, we certainly did. We needed them. We needed Spain.
I know we did.
And then the Dutch for their money.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much, we got everybody, the British, in the last 50 years period of this time. Everybody the British beat and defeated, we managed to get on our side, and yeah, got their help.
It was a giant grudge war. That's what this was. Grudge.
I was going to say it was everybody who the British pissed off.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, you piss off too many people. I mean, I still find it interesting in the World War II how ignorant Germany was. Oh, we can just go into Russia too and everything. What about those winters? No, yeah, they found out the hard way. Yeah,
it would have worked if
it
would have worked if they would have done more befriending to the, if they're going in the Russians instead of treating them like, they would have. They were almost being treated when they came in the Third Reich. Were almost being treated like heroes coming in because they hated Stalin as well. All you needed to do was start throwing weapons to these people, and Stalin would have been gone. But no, the SS, whoever was in charge there was stupid enough and started treating them like crap and resting, being conquerors, and that was the big mistake. They would have done it, but they needed to befriend, and they're just idiots about that.
If they would have treated Ukraine like they did Finland,
yeah,
and Baltic states like they did Finland, the World War II on the German side might have been a little bit different, but they went in conquering mode,
But do you guys? I mean, this has been going on for years. Do you guys get sick of the fact that there's been so many years where America felt like they needed to police the world, where I felt.
Well, we had to do it, Cass, because nobody else would.
I know.
Nobody else was willing to step up.
I know, Mike.
We had that position technically in World War One. We kind of relinquished that and said, leave us alone. That didn't happen. So in World War II, we had to step, like Mike said, we had to step up.
Oh, I know.
We used to do it, but the British, after definitely World War One, but even more so World War II, was bankrupt.
Right.
No,
I get all that. It's just like all these different wars where we've been in the Middle East, what happened with Afghanistan and all this stuff. It's like we have so many problems still here that we need to take care of.
Don't forget, we weren't the first ones in Afghanistan.
No, we weren't.
Nope.
Yeah, that's true.
The Soviet Union was there.
I know.
Well,
it's true.
Britain. Let's go back further in time.
Yes.
I was going to get to that. I was going back.
They actually
as chronologically as I could.
They used Afghanistan as a buffer between Russia and the British Empire in India.
Right.
But it's the history of the world. It's
Yeah.
always going to keep burning. If we're not number one, somebody's going to come along and
I know.
take that place.
I
And
know.
here's
I
the
know.
thing. When they take that place, are they going to be as generous like we were? Or
Right.
are they going to be like, no, we're going to put the iron thumb on everybody?
Well, look at
Right.
China. At one
Mhm.
point, they did have the world's #1 economy. Now look at them.
Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
I know. They've
Yeah.
fallen apart. Yeah.
The only thing that benefits us as a country is we have 2 giant oceans on the side of each of our great country. And even though now it's getting a little bit smaller, not geographically, but mentally smaller, it's still a good enough barrier that we can say, nobody wants to invade us.
Right.
And like that infamous thing on YouTube, somebody tried to invade Florida. There'll be a bunch of rednecks and NASCARs going all the way down 95. And before the American Army even goes out there, that's all they'll see is beer cans and shotgun shells and the redneck saying, the war's over.
And don't forget, a platoon of fan boats.
There you go.
Oh, God. A flotilla. It's like
But,
Armada.
yeah,
an Armada.
I just, I know people like to throw the word,
Well, I mentioned it before. We also have gators.
yes, in Florida.
Yeah, except they're a little bit more lethargic now, thanks to the alligator Alcatraz.
As long as the cherry wine keeps flowing, people down south will be very, very happy.
I don't know. I always laugh at things like when people are like, this president's a warmonger and this, and I'm like, and then they like to play, well, they said this. It's like, do we need to play these games all the time?
Quit playing tit for tat.
Seriously, it goes nowhere. And I tell people all the time, I said, we can play this tit for tat stuff all the time, but it's still not going to solve the problem.
Well, I do that with Cash all the time. It's like, I'm not the one that causing problems. Look at Cash. He causes problems.
Sure,
too.
Baron. Right.
You have a generations of Americans that really never suffered a war.
That's right.
World War I is across the ocean. So
that's
at
right.
home,
That's
you're
right.
not really a
Exactly.
victim of the war.
That's right.
World War II the same way. Besides Pearl Harbor, and a couple islands in Alaska, and Guam, we weren't bothered. You got people going to war in Afghanistan. Meanwhile, people back home are playing on the PlayStation and the Xbox. The world doesn't, unless it affects us here at home.
That's right.
I don't know. Maybe someday the Canadians will invade when the ice comes back, the ice age, and they can get on their snowmobiles.
What are they going to do? Throw?
Well, I just
shoot hockey pucks at us. I mean, come on, man.
Pucks and what's that other thing that they're famous for? That they like that curling too, so they might do one of them curling things.
Yeah, they invaded down here. We got a curling center here in my town, so I mean, it's like it's just disgusting.
And there are some Tim Hortons in your area, aren't there?
And
no, Tim Hortons are all gone. There was some sort of scandal that happened with taxes or whatever like that. All the Tim Hortons have been gone for a while here. Yeah, I know.
Well, and it's crazy. Even like all the technology, you bring that up. It's like all these layoffs, and I said once again, a lot of this stuff is self-inflicted, and it's also the suits too. But it's a lot of self-inflicted nonsense. You're not making your fan bases happy. You're not doing this. And it's the same thing that a lot of the entertainment's been suffering. You guys should want to always make money and give people a great experience.
A communist should never talk that way.
Oh my gosh. Listen to this guy.
You refuse to spend $70, but you want them to spend millions of dollars.
But Phil, a lot of games aren't worth $70 anymore.
Phil, they're not worth it.
I can tell you, back in the 90s, I can remember video games being sold for $90.
Few, Phil, but most of them were 60 to 40, man. Most of them were 60 to 40, especially
Cash,
in the 90s.
It's all according to what your needs and wants are after your bills are paid.
Well,
you prioritize things. If I have a house, if I have a car, and I have bills to pay, them have to come first.
Oh, I
Then if I
understand
have
bills have to
anything-
be paid, of course, man.
Yeah,
but
then if you have
once
anything
again,
extra, if I
right.
want something, if I can't afford it, then you know what I have
I'll-
to do? Save to buy.
Of course, man. But a lot of people, that's a lost art now with a lot of people. They don't want to save money.
You
We know this. We've talked about this.
And where do they end up?
Not
where
a
do
good
they end
place,
up?
I guess.
You know?
Broke, but
Yeah,
yeah.
look, here's the mentality of today as opposed 30 years ago.
Mhm.
You go into a trailer, oh no, not trailer park, I'll use an apartment. You go in an apartment complex and people are paying like $1,800 to live in that apartment complex, right? That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're driving a $60,000 car, so let's say a Dodge Hellcat, right?
Yeah.
That Dodge Hellcat right there alone is enough to almost buy you a house.
Oh, I'm
But
sure.
your priority is to live in an apartment that you're never going to own and drive a sports car where you could take the sports car and got a house and, maybe a nice car, and it doesn't have to be a sports car, a nice
Right.
car to get you back and forth to work.
Right.
Just
Well, I'm
all
I,
just
just
depends
want,
on
I do want to make one mention here in the movie.
Yeah.
We did have some humorous moments here, but they were apt. The
Mhm.
dogs.
that's right.
It's like is it not over the top? It's not any of that. It's believable. You can see that. Peter Woodward has such a great speaking voice.
Yeah, he did.
I always thought he'd make a great doctor.
I could see that. Yeah.
Let's,
We were
let's
having
give
this-
the man props for wearing an old-fashioned wig, but his head is itching to death. And you can see that it looks like it's, even for a modern thing, it's made out of wool. You can tell. I couldn't see how these people can wear the wigs like that.
No, I don't know. A lot of these.
And especially in that South Carolina, North South Carolina, Georgia heat. Oh, God bless.
You get anywhere in the south, east, the deep south. You don't want to be wearing that.
Mm-hmm.
And their clothing, wool, so they're sweating.
Well, just like in the Civil War, what was the clothing of the Union and the Confederate soldiers? Wool.
Yep.
But I'll tell you this, Phil, about like these prices and stuff, man. I have no problem, for me personally, spending extra money on a game or something that I'm really excited about. But when I look at these standard prices, I go, are we actually getting enough for our money? That's what I ask the question.
If you get any form of entertainment or enjoyment, then I would say yes.
Maybe so.
What a trick.
I love this trick.
Congratulations, you just got taken.
Can you imagine tasting the food back then?
Mm-hmm.
Not all the artificial preservatives and everything.
But also some of the things they ate, I don't know if you want to either.
No, I don't think our stomachs would
I don't know. Yeah.
tolerate too much.
Oh, don't you want an eel pie?
No. I respectfully declined.
You don't want to go there.
Technically, they weren't even calling it Ohio. It was Northwest Territory
Mm-hmm.
on the Ohio.
Woot.
He had a good role in Independence Day.
The first Independence Day was good. I have
Yes.
not seen, nor do I plan on seeing the
No,
second one.
my brother unfortunately had to see it with a friend of his and said, "Don't watch it."
No.
He's also a part of the nerd fandom. He was also in Firefly.
Yes, he
Mhm.
was. Of course. Yep.
And yeah, the dogs did have more loyalty to Wallace and
And let's also make known he's not related to the other Baldwins.
No, he's not. That's true.
no. Well, I'm sorry, I keep calling him Wallace, but it's Martin.
Mm-hmm. Martin, yeah.
Independence Day is my favorite movie of all time. I mean, it was fun to watch when it came out 30 years ago. Hard to believe that was 30 years ago.
I know. Well, how did we do
It had
26 years
good
old?
acting. I mean, I can understand people saying there was too much CGI, whatever, but it still had a good story and it had funny moments.
CGI cast, a lot of that was practical.
Well,
Yeah, the first one was practical effects. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it was. Who's that author you told me about, Baron? Who didn't
Arman
like it?
Ellison.
That's right. Yes.
Who's that author you told me?
Who's that author?
Oh, God.
Mm.
Phil, I feel sorry for you with those
so
late night conversations on Discord.
You just don't know. You just don't know.
I feel sorry for Phil because sometimes I have
the
to beat
amount
myself.
of how cheap he can be.
Yeah, right.
This
Shut
is
up.
the guy.
Shut up,
that if
old man.
McDonald's got 10-cent hamburgers.
That's
He
right.
would complain that it's not 5-cent hamburgers.
Sure,
Mhm.
sure.
At one point, their hamburgers were 5 cents.
Yeah, Ellison. No, I just found that really interesting, Baron, because
I have no mouth and I must scream over all this.
too bad.
I feel like the paladin of the lost tower. Repent, Harlequin, cried the TikTok man.
There was a sequel.
I'm going to say it again, Baron, just to annoy you.
The funny thing is, you see Redcoats getting ready to burn the house down and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Hear about, 70 years later, the Union, the Yankees are doing the same thing. They play the role of the British almost in a way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of anger and resentment.
So then, who was besides Harlan? Who was another one, Baron, who didn't felt that Independence Day had too many
JMS.
Okay, interesting.
Szynski.
Okay, that I should be saying, I guess, special effects, not because I don't know if there was much CGI at all or whatever practical
Not
effects.
in that one.
But, yeah.
If there's any CGI, it's very limited.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even in Star Trek First Contact 30 years ago, the CGI they did use for some ships, they weren't up close.
Right. They would have been, if it was practical effects, it would have been not as detailed.
I just wonder how old was Cash Money when Independence Day come out? 7?
I don't know. I might not have been born.
No, man. Of course, that's in my teens.
How old were you, Cash?
I was about 15 or 16. 15, I think. It's 95, 96. Okay, well, according... Am I reading that right? So
That's
according
what I'm telling
to...
everybody. You want me? Come and get me.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Cash.
Oh, no, it's fine. According to the first time that CGI was actually used in movies was 1958. That's crazy. According to AI, and hopefully they got the right. That's really interesting, though.
Well, even the first Jurassic Park had very limited CGI.
Yes, true.
Mm-hmm.
58. Wow.
And let's be thankful
Hitchcock
they didn't do it for next generation.
used it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, of course, as we know, when something is oversaturated, it is a problem. CGI, slow motion. Yeah.
Explosions as you're
There's even been some actual AI slop, like stuff that people just did over and over again with different characters or whatever with the same scene. That right there to me is like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
I actually prefer the old-fashioned clay models for the animation.
Oh, man. Claymation, dude? Yes.
Yeah.
They're all going, there goes the neighborhood.
I know it's showing it's technically they're showing it as in South Carolina, but in reality, this would be what they did, but they would be in the Bahamas.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they got their population in the Bahamas. They took blacks that were during the Revolutionary War that wanted to get freedom and everything, and they went to the Bahamas. And when the war was over, the United States didn't officially, but had an agreement that we promised we would never invade the Bahamas. Never. And the Bahamas is right on our doorstep. We have never went or did anything to the Bahamas.
Except during spring break. That's when they get
yeah. Or when a hurricane stirred things up.
Oh, yeah, that's that's not America. That's
but their population, majority of their population came from the Revolutionary War. Blacks that didn't want to stay and were pro-British, that's where they went. At one time, people don't believe this, the white population was bigger than the black population. Then after the Revolutionary War, it swung drastically the other direction.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. No, considering the Bahamas was a hot spot for pirates. Arr. Avasti, mateys.
And Anonymous says those stupid white colonizers.
The other people aren't colonizers because they didn't give a chance to. And if they had the chance to, they would have done it. If anybody thinks somebody from back in the day, China at this time, couldn't do settlements over here in the New World, they would have done it. You know, it's just that who was, how can you put it nicely? Countries that were able to do colonization, people don't realize how much money it's involved to even do something like that. The British probably would have been a lot richer and better off if they didn't have a colonial empire.
Mm-hmm.
I think they spent more investing more than they actually got. So, and if it definitely been the British, definitely the French got wiped out because of that.
He couldn't live without his family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one thing I hated. It was him doing that to himself. It's like, I love the character, but I can understand why the character did that.
Yep.
Notice modesty has been thrown out the window. Her corset is being shown. I am shocked.
Well, that would be appalling back then.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is shocking, too. Them being together like that. It's like,
Don't fail me now, Kosmi. You've done pretty well so far.
Well, like I said, let me know if I have to pause it and make some adjustments. I will.
It's all right.
Don't tell me after the fact.
You're good.
Doing fine here.
Yeah, it's okay.
There's a couple burp, but nothing major. You know, I've come to get. No, what was did not.
We'll just keep complaining to Mike about this. Come on, Mike. I told you.
Yeah, we'll wait until after the movie. It's like, what's going on, Mike, with Kosmi? Thing? No.
Yeah. And excuse me
And
for
they
not
still
remembering that. That's right. Excuse me for not remembering that name, Baron. I just don't think about it
What,
as
Harlan?
much as you do. Yeah.
Oh, what are we gonna do?
I don't know. But he's also saying how he wants to read Michael Moorcock. He probably doesn't know what books those are anymore. Elric.
I haven't looked into this stuff yet, Baron. So not going to feel bad for that.
kind of made a big deal about that.
Maybe a little bit.
We'll give this movie credit for its cinematography.
Yeah.
Wonderfully done.
Beautiful. Yeah. And the shots, too. I mean,
and I will admit, when I first saw this movie, because it was only not even a full year after DS9 was off the air, I expected to hear Armin Shimmerman as Quark. What is it, Quark? I have customers for the Hollow Suites.
No, 7 years of DS9, sometimes it's hard to, when you see his face, it's like, oh, that's right.
Yep.
I'm going to have Star Trek 6.
I'm still going to have to watch more of DS9. So.
You're denying yourself a good show if you haven't seen it, though.
No, he's got some. Polaris. Aww.
You need me to pause the cash?
No, I'm good. I'll let you know if I do.
Is anyone else experiencing any issues? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
None here. The awkward courtship.
Yep. It's still awkward today.
Kind of got drilled into it.
Sister.
You have a sister. Okay. And yeah. Makes it awkward.
That's what happens with Baron. Like, if we don't have a donut in our hand, he just moves back.
Yep. Donut. No. And the last of the V8 interceptors.
But yeah, the 90s, it was a pretty exciting time, especially for entertainment. It's like, oh, what's coming out? Oh, shit. All right.
He thought the 90s was something. The 80s was even more so.
What about the 70s? Come on, man. The early 2000s did have good entertainment.
They did too, yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, what I remember from the 80s, of course, is what? He-Man, Voltron. What else?
Clash your enemies, have them driven before you, and then have the lamentation of the women.
Yeah, where is Arnold?
Gordon's alive?
Arnold!
Can you imagine a movie with Brian Blessed and Arnold together in? Oh, my word.
Oh, that would be cool.
It would be awesome. But really, should we trust the French? It'll be a 5-part series on Pop Talk.
Back then, we had to trust anybody who wanted to fight with us.
Mm-hmm. That's the way to make an appearance.
Yeah. Thank you, coward.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not all British were.
That was common practice in Europe. every country, nation did it,
Mm-hmm.
and were victims of it. Didn't matter who you are. They would burn it like if the French were in Germany, they come across the town, they want to burn it. They gather the people, put them in the church, burn the church, burn the town.
Mm-hmm.
He's the best Baldwin, but I want to do bad things to him in this movie.
Yeah.
We all do.
Yep. Man's inhumanity, the man. Yeah. I think he's figured it out.
Mm-hmm. No, son. They're here.
Mm-hmm.
What remains?
And see, that's the thing. You don't want to piss these people off.
No. The more you piss them off, the more aggressive they're going to be.
Mm-hmm. I think he's changed his mind on the treat the girl.
Now we're going to get Mad Max Martin.
The guy that this modeled after, that character, the real circle figure, he did exactly what you see in this movie that he's portraying. And like I said, he threatened the people in the hills of North Carolina and Tennessee. And like I said, they weren't pro-revolutionary. Let's just say they were neutral. But when he threatened them, they went after him. And like I said, you can go to Smoky Mountain in North Carolina. It's a battlefield up there. He's still buried up on top of that mountain.
Mm-hmm.
They literally, I won't even call them militia. Let's just say early rednecks. That's the best way to term it. Early rednecks.
Yep, this is not going to be a battle. This is going to be a full-fledged massacre.
Mm-hmm. And see, this is when slow motion is done appropriately.
That's right.
Right. Well, plus the fact it hasn't been used relentlessly. No, they killed Otto.
Yeah, well, now he's got his.
Mm-hmm. No quarter.
No. Again, whether it's back then or now, war is hell.
That's right.
There are no true winners in war. Everybody loses something.
Yeah. That's the one thing about this and this whole war. You just watched family member after family member sometimes die.
Mm-hmm. And consistently seeing something like that will mess with somebody's mind.
Mm-hmm. Lost one son. Now he lost another one. Lost a sister and daughter-in-law.
Lost a good friend.
Mm-hmm.
So, Baron, can you name another movie that Chris Cooper was in?
Oh, can I? Oh,
yes. Throw a little trivia at you.
Probably not. I mean, I might have seen him in something, but
Okay. Did you ever watch Seabiscuit?
yes, great movie.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen it.
I
Oh,
highly
you
recommend
haven't?
it.
Oh, I highly
I
recommend it too.
It's just probably how I felt when I say that author and somebody says, "Oh, that horse movie," and it's like, well, it's actually more than a horse movie, but sure.
A hell of a lot more than that. Yeah, I went to see it because my
Great movie.
my former wife was big into horses and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, let's go see it. But Toby Maguire was the star.
Yes, he was. And Jeff Bridges. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I can't forget Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's
yeah,
quite a story and so on. Oh yeah, yes.
Oh yeah,
better than
right.
Secretariat, I would say, as a horse
Oh.
movie. Way better.
Yeah.
Secretariat, if I remember, had some slow motion crap in it too. That was not necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, I recommend that movie to anybody out there. You know, if you like horse racing, if you like horses, or just like to have a good drama, that's the movie because it's a lot more than just horses. And
that's for sure. You like really good conversations between characters. That movie is just really good film. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was like a weekend in the theaters for me and my former. That's where we saw that and Pirates and League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
I still have never watched that movie.
I've never had any
parts of it, but I hear Connery's good in it. But
he is.
That's what I hear. Yeah.
And Anonymous says, Patriot beats them all. Oscar worthy.
Heard of that film.
And keep in mind, for those of you who may not know, the drummers were there to keep everybody in rhythm as far as marching, instead of marching fast and running out of energy, keep them at a good pace.
No, it was their version of doing the cadence. This is my, Casey Jones was that stuff.
If you look in the column, you can see different flags because they weren't unified. We had the stars and stripes at this time, but you'll see like if there's a white flag, I think it's the Rhode Island flag. See the white one? There's a Don't Tread on Me flag. For the American side, you had so many different flags for each colony, each region, and county and city that, whatever they flew is what they flew. The only thing I would say, the French guy, see, there's even the green one. That's the Massachusetts one. But if you seen that green uniform, he wouldn't have been wearing green because that's what loyalists wear. He would be wearing any other color, but not that green.
Trust me, abandon hope.
Yeah, you don't want to go there.
No.
Yeah, my cousins and my aunts still live in Cincinnati, and uncle.
Guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, they just could not get their heads wrapped around it because they were so slavish to the old way.
I think the battle they're getting ready to do now is a battle of Gilbert's Courthouse in North Carolina. I don't know if you ever been to that battlefield, Mike.
I haven't.
Probably one of the best, I would say, if not the best, top three of what's preserved for the Revolutionary War. Saratoga might beat it out, but Gilbert's Courthouse is a big thing in North Carolina for the Revolutionary War.
Via la France.
Yes.
Croissant. With the Croissant Legion.
Remember, the French stole the croissant from the Austrians. That's an Austrian.
That absolutely true.
Those bastards.
They made a mistake, though. You should be wearing brown pants.
True.
Because the British wore the red shirts, red uniforms, so you can't see the blood if you get shot, and the French wore brown pants, so you didn't see the,
If you see his uniform from a distance, you would swear that's an Austrian Empire uniform. And we know how the French don't like the Austrians.
Oh, no. But then again, nobody liked the French either, so I mean.
Never trust the French.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying, though, the big boys all fighting themselves, and no one liked the French, but then no one liked the British, and no one liked the Dutch, or Spain, or even Portugal.
Well, it all comes down to a lot of the attitudes and the elitism, I'm sure, thinking they're better than other people. So
That still happens today.
It does.
I tell you, countries are like football, American football. Somebody Super Bowl champion the very next year, everybody draws a bullseye on the Super Bowl champion.
Yep.
You know? And like I said, that's the only analogy I can give you. You know?
Well, it's a common analogy for all sports. Whoever wins the championship the previous year is a target the next year.
Yep.
Mhm.
And countries are just the same way. When you're the top country, like we are right now, the United States, everybody's ready to knock us down. I don't care who they are. They can be the United Kingdom, Canada. We don't have no friends. As long as you're number one, everybody wants you down.
Well,
Mhm.
just
Real quick,
Would it-
good evening to Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. How you doing, Tommy?
Oh, hi,
Tommy.
Doing good. Watching an excellent movie.
Tommy.
And if you'd like to join us, the Kosmi link is pinned to the chat, brother.
Well,
And notice that he's waving a gold-plated sword, not bronze. That is looks like it's gold-plated.
Mm-hmm.
well, I just hope other teams like the Blue Jays last year understand that just because you win the first game doesn't mean you're going to win the series. There's that arrogance again.
Speaking of baseball, the Cubs beat the Padres by a score of 23-3 today.
Oh, shit.
No, I did not stutter. You did hear me right. 23-3.
Goodness.
Wow, that's a slaughter.
Wow. Well, that if the Dodgers win today, we'll be 13 ahead of them.
Listen to Cash. Poor drummer guys in front there.
I take
And-
nothing for granted when it comes to my teams, Baron.
If they show the line again of the British, you'll see that is not a mistake. That is a African American in a British uniform. Yeah,
Oh, shit.
like I said, a lot of African Americans fought for the British during the Revolutionary War, and
Mhm.
leaving and going to the Bahamas.
Yep.
Yeah, Tommy, the Cubs ended up hitting 8 home runs in this afternoon's ball game.
But don't worry. Don't worry. You got banana ball going to Wrigley.
Yeah, I believe it's going on Saturday
Yeah.
prior to the Cubs-Cardinals game.
It's going to be wild.
Here comes the arrogance again.
Mm-hmm.
And that gentleman that I told you he's portraying does exactly the same thing on every battle that he fought with Cornwallis. It's exactly the same thing.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Lure them into a trap.
Oh. Yeah, and that's not a lie either. They use their rifles as clubs as well. You know. Well, that's not according to Hoyle. What do you do that for?
But you can't blame some of the men for retreating.
No, it's yeah.
Well, if you notice, the British had one advantage during the war that the Americans didn't have towards the end: the bayonet.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they feared the British. It wasn't because of cowardice. It was, you know, they got after they shoot their gun, they can just switch to the bayonet. You didn't have
Mhm.
You might see some of the regulars, American regulars, with the blue uniforms have the bayonet, but the vast majority you see they only
Yeah.
have a rifle.
Right, because they're exactly they're rifles. They weren't smoothbores. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. It's a big showdown.
Yep.
And remember, Roland Emmerich is a German.
Peter is not happy with that scene.
Yeah, where am I? I can't blame him for being that way.
Nope. Duel of Fates before Duel of Fates.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Perhaps.
Hmm?
Lester was saying a Braveheart multiverse.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're trying to get that. There can be only one.
And it's going to be me, Baron, not you.
He was lucky that bayonet was there.
Yes.
That's a lot of red dye number 5 there.
Well, that's one way to use it.
Mm. Yeah, that white flag is flag in Rhode Island used during the Revolutionary War.
And think about it, the first time the British Army had to retreat, they were shocked.
Mm-hmm.
Lexington and Concord, when they retreated from there, that was a lot of people don't know that they British didn't win. They had to retreat, and from Lexington all the way back to Boston, the Americans attacked them nonstop. Look,
Ooh, look
Cash,
at
never
that.
trust the French.
Because think about it, to get the Dutch, to get the French, to get Spain to join in on this, it was a hard sell.
And he was so petty, he did not even show up for the surrender.
Yep. And
being
that's
petty
absolutely
now.
true there, Tommy. Benjamin Martin is a fictional character, but the base of the character is loosely from 4 different individuals that
Mm-hmm.
actually did exist.
Look at all that toxic masculinity there.
I know, Baron, and you add to it. We're gonna throw you out. You toxic man, you Baron.
No, you know what that was, ladies and gentlemen? The birth of the American spirit.
Yep.
And I think 30 years or so prior, them two guys were enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And just like we said about the earlier when we're talking earlier, it's like now this is how the soccer tournament, the football tournament, is showing the world America's true face, not the lies that have been spread by
That's right.
every media out there, and even more disgustingly, ours. Not that I'm saying that our media should be a shill.
No.
Your job is to do who, what, where, when, and why.
Mm-hmm.
And which means good, bad, and ugly, and everywhere in between.
Well, I don't know. I still think the name fits for a lot of our media, Baron. Mainstream media vomit.
Well, I haven't heard that one. But you just don't hate them enough.
Yeah.
Oh, you came up with that one?
I did a while back. Yeah.
Yes. God bless the USA.
That's right.
USA. Come on, Cash, join in. Like he did at Oppenheimer. USA.
I did not do that, you fat bastard. This is why I'm stealing all your donuts, dude. You get out of control.
Hey, I got receipts. I can show it again.
Receipts my ass.
Mike was shocked they still had it.
You see them building the house back in the day, they probably would have that house done built in that day.
Yep.
The only people capable of doing something like that is the Amish.
Mm-hmm.
They get
Amish
a bunch
barn
of people together, build a house or build a barn. They literally can do it in a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can. That's how efficient they are.
Mm-hmm. So
Great cast. Great cast.
Yes.
I think what makes this score by Williams different than everybody else, I know the name, is the fact that using the style of the music of the day as well. That's why it's kind of unique from his own usual style. I mean, usually he's kind of got that Wagner, powerful type music, but when you think about colonial America, early America like this, is music like this.
And as I've said before, if the industry continues to fail people, which they are to an extent, I'm not this doom and gloom. Things can always change, get better, not just independent films. There's programs, there's other stuff. If you want to learn things, you want to build something, there's more and more options out there. So
there's information out there. You just have to look for it.
That's right.
Well, again, it's not a lazy man's or woman's. I use man as in mankind, by the way, just for the audience out there that know. But it's not a lazy man's thing. You got to go out and do some cursory learning, whether it's our history or an event that happened, or if you're going to another country and how they act. It's like, remember, you don't pass a camel on the left. It's like, you pass a camel on the left, you end up going into Turkish prison. You don't want that. Ignorance is no excuse, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
And you don't want to be the ugly American.
Maybe numerous times, and I know this is the extended version.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there's only maybe 2 or 3 scenes I would say that are added on. I didn't see. I guess they didn't. It wasn't. I know they have extended version, director's cut, and everything. But I didn't notice much of a difference.
I didn't either. I thought
No.
it was just me. Okay, yeah.
So it is. I think it's 10 minutes longer than theatrical.
And the thing is, because I could have transferred my DVD copy, but I didn't want it to be low quality. So I went ahead and bought it on Amazon, and the extended version was cheaper to buy than the regular version.
Well, that's the way you do it. Yeah.
And Lady Miss, thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you to everybody who
Yes.
joined us tonight. Really appreciate it. I mean, I couldn't think of a better movie to show the week of the 4th of July than The Patriot. Especially during the 250th anniversary.
Yeah, just don't do the mistake I did where I went out and I got a film called Birth of a Nation because I thought it was about, the start of the United States. And it's like, boy, there's a lot of people wearing white robes and pointed hats. What's going on here? So I grabbed the wrong. I thought I got the wrong film. It wasn't silent. It was silent too.
Oh, what film was that you got?
That was Birth of a Nation. I thought it was all about the Revolutionary War.
You just remember, Birth of a Nation is the first blockbuster movie ever.
Yeah, it was.
I don't care what anybody says. It wasn't like a stereotype Southern movie or anything.
No.
That was, in the United States, that was a blockbuster.
Yeah, I mean, I got it. I watched it. It's like, yeah, I can see where that is. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was the first movie shown in the White House for Woodrow.
Yep. And modern people use that stigmata saying that that's because he was a racist. Well, yeah, I don't think so. Because then you would have to say everybody in the country at that time, since it was a blockbuster, were racist.
Well, which they do say. Don't get yourself killed.
They love to throw around words all the time. Just like if you're in a classroom and somebody is being ridiculous, you have every right to be like, no, that's not actually half true. It's like, what are you getting paid for again, Professor? Yeah.
No, the spread opinions, lies, and treason.
I blame cash money.
I blame Phil, man, all the time. When I wake up
Go
in the
ahead
morning,
and blame me for not stopping the movie. We're watching the credits, but you can't deny the score.
It's great, man.
Mm-hmm.
I always blame,
It's always Mike's fault.
When it comes to wanting to listen to great music scores from a movie, yeah. Go ahead, blame me.
Yeah, and it's a good one.
That's the thing with me. I've always liked music scores.
Yeah, me too.
We're gonna
I'm gonna have to spank Anonymous.
Okay.
Anonymous. Tell me anybody before 1950 that wasn't a racist. Name me one.
Woodrow Wilson was many things,
I mean, if you want to symbolize him as a racist, okay. So was Ulysses S. Grant. He was a racist. Don't forget, one of the first orders he issued was to have the Jews in his section, military district, kicked out. I forget the order number, but it's an actual order he issued to kick out because he was scared that his father-in-law, who was a slave owner Southerner, couldn't buy the confiscated cotton, And then to boot, Ulysses S. Grant is one of the main people that signed the Chinese Exclusion Act to deny Chinese their citizenship. So, yeah. Just because one person does something here doesn't mean he didn't do 22 things the other side bad there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to make Ulysses S. Grant being a bad guy, but if you're going to judge today standards to 1870 or 1880, that's a totally different attitude.
Yep.
I mean, can you judge somebody that lived 2,000 years ago?
Yeah. Well, Ulysses S. Grant, his administration was heavily corrupted, and there's still argument over how much he knew. So it's not easy to just pin everything on him.
No. But he was heavily influenced. But like I said, you can't deny and Lincoln, I give him credit, had to have him revoke that order where he had everybody. I'm not sure if it was Western Tennessee or Northern Alabama where he issued an order that every person of Jewish descent had to leave because he was in fear that his father-in-law couldn't buy the confiscated cotton. And mind you, his father-in-law was a slave owner.
Yeah.
Ulysses S. Grant goes in debt after the Mexican War, and the only way he got out of debt was because of his wife and her family. Abraham Lincoln, his wife, family, the entire family were slave owners. And where did he get the money to run for Congress? His slave owning side of the family. So, I mean, when you look at things, you know, you can say, oh, this person's trying to do a good deed. And maybe in some ways he was, but he had to do something devilish to do it. You know, like I said, I don't like judging people. But when you're looking at history, you shouldn't judge because somebody 300 years from now is going to look back on us and say, how can we say we own our laptop and our desktop? You know? Somebody's going to say someday, or how can I put it nicely? Think Battlestar Galactica. That's all. One day, everything is going to evolve. So
sometimes I have to mute him too.
And here's my thought on that, Judge Sparks. So go ahead and disagree with me, everybody, if you want, but they shouldn't change the birthright citizenship.
The problem is with it is there's loopholes with it.
I know there's loopholes, Cash, but if they change the birthright citizenship for anybody who has a child here in the States, who's to say they won't go any further?
Well, it was changed before because in 1790, the naturalization law passed. Only free white immigrants can become citizens. And that's 1790 at the start. So when you know, technically, you want to go back that far to justify?
Well,
I'm like this. If you're born in the United States, then you're a citizen. If you're born on American territory, Puerto Rico, Guam, you're a citizen. Where I kind of would draw the line, if somebody's overseas, like on a naval base or an army base, that's really pushing it, you know.
Well,
I wouldn't say that's naturalized.
Well, again, the big problem I have with this ruling, the huge problem I have with this ruling is Judge Rob, and we've talked about this before, Mike and Cash.
I know. I'm just saying my opinion on it, as I go ahead and disagree because I know it's a hot topic.
Well, the reason why I disagree with it is he was using British common law as a basis. And again, those are great to look at with the evolution, but everything needs to be done on the Constitution. And what they were trying to pull in and use certain amendments in the wrong direction has nothing to do with this. It had to do with Black Americans, former slaves, becoming citizens, which has nothing to do with this naturalization thing. This is the problem that I have. They were using a horrible argument, and not only that, they weren't even using Constitution. This ruling should be thrown out utterly, completely. I wish we could punish Roberts for doing that, because that is I'm sorry, I'm hardline. That's a treasonous act, right? You look at the United States constitutional law and how to do it. That's why I have a problem with this ruling. Now, besides what everybody else is talking about, I'm just going on the technical side.
Yeah, so, you're going on the technicalities of everything.
Right. And then let's go back and argue it out again, but let's do it according to Hoyle.
Well, if you remember, the first person politics-wise in the last 30, 40 years was John McCain. Everybody questioned it because he was born in the Panama Canal District. Some people claim that doesn't technically make him an American citizen, even though it was owned at the time by the United States. And that wasn't brought up by Republicans. That was brought up by Democrats.
Right. Well, I think the thing is if your mother gives birth to you in another nation, even though and they're citizens, your mother and father are citizens, but she happens to drop you in, let's just say, the Bahamas. What the hell? We brought the Bahamas up before. You're still an American citizen because you were born to American citizens. They just happen not to be on the property at that time. It's not like two people who are not citizens.
I'll give
and one of the things that they're doing
when you get a chance. I'm a dual citizen. When I was born here in Delaware. My mom wasn't a citizen yet because you had to wait. It wasn't something you got right away. But she was married to an American, and then my father was born here in the United States. But technically, when I was born, I was born here in the States, so it makes me American. But under Italian law, I'm a dual citizen because my mom is still Italian citizen. And then my mom in 1976, matter of fact, became an American citizen. And one of the first things, and you'll hear this from people, the first thing my mom had to do was swear an allegiance to the United States. That means she had to give up her Italian citizenship. Now, in Italy, they'll never recognize that. She's considered a dual citizen. But according to the United States law, she's now an American citizen. And under threat, if she ever, she would get a letter in the mail for voting back home in Italy. If she participated in that election, she loses her citizenship. That's enough to disqualify your American citizen. You hear people today saying, oh, okay, you can do this. My mom had to go through the whole routine. She had to learn American history. She had to learn to speak English. And the whole process, even after she got married to my dad, took her about 5-6 years for her to become an American citizen.
Yeah, it's not something that happens overnight.
Nope. And they background check, and they check this, they check that, And I mean, my mom considers herself an American, but like I said, she never, technically under Italian law, she never lost her citizenship. And me, because I was born to my mom, we'll see, Italy's trying to change it now, but the way it goes is 2 generations. So my kids can still claim Italian citizenship, but my grandkids cannot because that's 3 generations removed. So other countries have their own rules, and we have our rules. We had people, especially like I talk about the Chinese and Exclusion Act. They were born here and worked here, but under Grant, with the Chinese Exclusion Act, they had no rights. It was in California, it was illegal to kill an Indian or African American, but if you killed a Chinaman, it was no law. You broke no law.
Yeah, and let me ask you this, Anonymous. You can tell me how far away I am, how close I am. Because of everything that's been going on recently with our elections, and using your example, it's a threat to national security.
Well, see, that one thing... Sorry.
If I'm understanding you correctly, and again, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, one of the things that's the problem in part of the argument is you have people that come in here, drop a baby. The baby is now a citizen, but they go back to their nation. They train them, and then they go into whatever it is. Then the child can come back as an American citizen. Well, how many people who are wanting to do nefarious things are doing this? And that's part of that argument.
Right. Yep. So, the mail-in ballot. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, that's one of the arguments, and that should be something that is addressed. And this is where, okay, what's going on here? What's going on there? How's this? How's that? And, and quit being draconian. There's letter of the law, there is the spirit of the law. And, sometimes you need a little bit of both. So, yeah.
And this about birthright citizenship, but also with Mandani in New York. That is the threat.
Right. and that's a problem in itself.
The mail-in ballot thing, if you guys
Yes.
remember, majority of that in our time was mainly the majority for people using that were mainly people in the military.
Right.
That was the main purpose for the absentee ballots. Or
Right.
people overseas that couldn't, like they were sent to Germany to one of the bases there, they
Right.
couldn't vote, so they had to do it through mail-in ballots. Having somebody in your state that's local and 5 minutes away from the courthouse or wherever institution they're going to cast their vote doesn't need an absentee ballot.
Right.
There's no background check.
Right.
You know, you go to any other place, you go for a driver's license, technically the way it's supposed to be, depending on state, but technically it's supposed to be, you have to have a birth certificate, you got to have proof of insurance,
proof of ID.
Yep. So, you know, if you got to go through all that for a driver's license, why do we make it so easy for someone to vote?
That's
now,
right.
I do understand a driver's license is a privilege, not a right.
That's right.
If voting is that more important, it should be under the same scrutiny as the driver's license.
Exactly.
Or birth certificate.
Right. So we have right. Yes, Jet Sparks. Yes, the mail-in ballots, the whole situation, the way that the Supreme Court decided to vote on that was just ridiculous. With mail-in ballots, sure. Have I done mail-in ballots? Have other people done? Yes. But the whole point is that you have to make sure that that vote actually counted for who you voted for. And they also, just like Trump did, it doesn't matter who it is, any person that wants to use their brain on this, that would send somebody over there to these voting booths and say, we need to watch these people, especially with the mail-in ballots, because they can do dumps at any time of the night and they can start screwing things over.
The only people, and this is just my opinion, but the only people who should be able to send in mail-in ballots are those who are serving overseas in the military and those who can't physically go to the polling stations to vote.
Right. And you need to make sure that if you vote by mail, you live in California, wherever you live, you want to go there, because unfortunately I don't know if you guys seen the videos, maybe you have, but they were around the time of Spencer Pratt, before everything started blowing up. And I'm sure he still has some tricks up his sleeve. I would be surprised if he didn't. But they started burning ballots. They started threatening voting centers. Yeah, that's it. And so none of this is right. And so it's just about intimidation, power. We're going to take this over. We're going to take this city over. We're not going to change anything. We're not going to make things better. And I can only speak for places like California. So if you live here, you should be willing to fight. If you voted for Spencer Pratt, you voted for Hilton, you need to fight. Because however it thinks, I'm not saying there needs to be violence, not saying that, but there needs to be, unfortunately, some kind of reckoning. Because to believe that these mail-in ballots are always on the up and up, when even the Dominion machine said to people, and I've seen a video of it, other people have as well, are you sure you want to vote for this candidate? There can be shady stuff going on, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and shady stuff was going on even between
that's right.
George W. Bush and Al Gore, if you remember that election.
Yeah.
And
Right.
let me just bring up what Lady Miss says here. I vote by mail because there is no place to vote near me. If it's okay for Trump to vote that way, it's good enough for me. And that's another example. If you don't have a polling station near you, you should be allowed to mail in your vote.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so that's
again,
the
there's
whole
the letter
thing.
of the law,
Right.
the spirit of the law.
Right. And so
there's got to be some exceptions on stuff like that.
Yes.
Normally, the states, not all of them, but most of them, have a thing where to make it fair, make sure it's fair, they ask for a representative from each party and one independent. And they're supposed to be at the polling place when they're counting the votes from the machine and the mail-in ballots. And they're not supposed to be touched unless all three are present: an independent, a Republican, and a Democrat. And there's been cases where they have shown where certain states where that's supposed to be done, they don't do it that way.
What about what happened in Georgia in 2020?
Right. And
Republican, Democrat, an independent will step away, and the next thing you know, you see a whole box of votes. I'm not sure.
That's what happened in Georgia in 2020.
And they just threw it away.
And that's
like
why
I said, I'm all for fairness.
right.
Everybody's vote should count.
That's right.
And if you have a driver's license or proof ID,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta have a voter ID.
That's
There's
right.
nothing wrong with saying here's the ID.
Right.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
And
Because
if there's
so many things going on. I live in Delaware. In my state, there's a lot of people from New York. And I can tell you for a fact, I had a neighbor that went to the polling place and cast her vote here in Delaware, and then the very next day sent a mail-in ballot up to New York.
Mhm.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
But that's the God's honest truth. There's
Yeah,
other things
course.
that I think they should stop is if a person owns house in New York State and they have a summer house down in Florida, they have both one family member, the husband and wife, will husband vote in New York and the wife votes in Florida. They shouldn't do that. They should have a primary residence, and that primary residence is where they vote. Their secondary home is not the place for vote.
I agree with that, and I also agree with what Anonymous says here.
Yes.
A mail-in
That's-
ballot should have to be requested by the voter with a copy of their photo ID.
Yep.
Yeah, remember, I remember back with the Koofadoof and how they're saying about with the voting and all that, and they said they would not send out any ballots blindly. You have to request a ballot. Well, guess what showed up at my house without me requesting, or the long suffering, or any
A mail-in ballot.
ballots?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm going, okay, you lied. This
Right.
was a big lie.
Yeah.
This
sure.
is a scam.
Well, the
I
America
was gonna
State.
go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to go and do it at the polling place, like I always do.
The America Save Act, if there's any problems, the only thing that really should
Save
be in
America
there,
Act, Cash.
yeah,
Save America Act.
Okay. The only thing that should be in there is about having an ID for voting. That's the only thing that should be in there. So maybe there's other shenanigans in there that we've seen in these things before, but that's the only thing that people who vote, we've seen, and it happens. We've seen dumps. We've seen people who are saying they live there when they don't. We've seen people who are dead. This stuff needs to stop. Oh, hey, that dead guy voted for this person. Sure he did.
Yep. And Lady
Maybe
Miss
not as
says,
much, but
Lady Miss says both sides lies so much to fit their needs about voting. I have trouble believing anything either side says anymore. Yeah, look at what's going on in D.C. right now. Even trying to pass the SAVE Act, you have Republicans going on the other side voting against it. You have Democrats going on the other side voting for it, and it's going nowhere.
yeah,
Comes down to the lobbyist. And as soon as we get smart enough to outlaw any lobbyists in Washington, D.C., the better we will be. You have to understand, I don't care what side of the aisle, if you, special interest, corporations, all that, all these lobbyists in D.C. control what goes on.
Look at the mayor's race in Los Angeles.
ugh.
That's a perfect example. You have two Democrats running. You have a Republican running. That was Spencer Pratt. And then all of a sudden, the other Democrat who was out of the race, all of a sudden gets enough votes where she's going to be in the November runoff. And
Yeah, that's what she thinks, but I have a feeling there's going to be some things up the sleeve of Pratt and whatever. And I
always
mean,
remember the media has their hand in it, and
Of course
they
they
can
do.
take what's the prime example. That lieutenant governor you had in North Carolina, I can't think his name. Everybody loved him, great, and I still like him. Then the media tried to say, "Well, he did this," and he was
I think it was Mark Johnson.
Yeah, right when he's getting ready to run to be governor.
I'm double checking myself.
Yeah, on
Yeah, I
North
think,
Carolina. And even though they didn't prove anything, the damage is done.
Right.
Done. And
Of course.
and I'm sorry, anybody can tell me when I can see, and I haven't watched news because of this particular reason.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question where NBC/MSNBC stands.
That's right.
There's no
And
question what
ABC.
ABC stands on.
Mhm.
There's
That's
no
right.
question what
Mhm.
CBS stands for.
That's right.
You know, I'm not saying Fox News is perfect,
No.
but the other three, you ain't getting them
Or
saying,
Newsmax.
you know, the big battle cry last couple of years ago, and it was Bill Clinton perjuring himself and lying.
Right.
I don't care what he lied about. He perjured himself. That
did.
is a crime. What was the battle cry? Don't do nothing to Bill Clinton. We'll do something after he leaves office.
Right.
He left office. Was anything done?
No.
Nope.
No.
Nothing.
And it was Mark Robinson, who was a former lieutenant governor of North Carolina.
I liked him. I thought he
Mm.
was not just going to be doing good as a governor, but he probably end up going to D.C. As maybe a senator. But they tried to smudge
They
him.
did.
And
It was a smear campaign.
yep.
Yeah, it was. It was.
And they come to, like I said, everything they were trying to accuse him of
Yes.
never was proven.
Nope.
And the media ran with it like it was gold.
Yes, they did. And they said, oh, he said this about neo-Nazis and stuff. Whatever nonsense. Oh, did you see this chat room garbage? It's just, and I'm like, okay, you want to play this tit for tat? We can go. How long did freaking Swalwell have to be in Congress until they finally, oh, we can't. Dude, the man should have been removed after we found out that he slept with a Chinese spy. That's simple.
You know, I
But
can
of course
remember as a
not.
kid, and probably Barron probably remembers this as well. The man that slammed in 2 presidential elections, that got the biggest chunk of vote, popular vote, at a time when the Democratic Party probably had 2/3 of the population, was a man named Richard Nixon. He won the 2 biggest landslides in political history in the United States. And, you know, I'm not saying what he did was perfect.
Right.
I question still if he was right about, was the Communist Party involved with the Democratic Party? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
But ask me this. Was it more the Democrats more mad that he landslided where there was twice as many Democrats than Republicans and he managed to get a landslide each time? You know? Reagan was had a big landslide, but it was not compared to what Richard Nixon did in both his elections. You know, and I can remember this: Democrats and Republicans. I had both in my family. When he resigned, I knew people that were Democrats crying and upset, saying that.
Well, yeah. The only thing he's demonized for, honestly, the only real
Is
thing
Watergate.
that he's demonized is Watergate, which is a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger. I mean, everyone does what happened with the Watergate. You know, Hillary was doing it with, you know, of course, she made sure she bleached the hard drives.
She
but
did.
many others. I'm sure W, and I'm sure Bill, I'm sure all across the board is part of that espionage. Other than that, he was Nixon, in my opinion, was a moderate Republican, one worlder, and that's his big problems. He was not a America first, you know, keep America whatever. But he did know China inside and out. Up to the day he died, world leaders from around the world would come and talk to him about world affairs and negotiations because he knew that crap inside and out, and especially if it had to do with China.
He had a great.
To have Watergate the thing that stains him is not correct. It should be ignored.
He had a great Secretary of State.
Yeah,
Kissinger was a great Secretary of State. He does not get the due that he should be getting. Look, there's been some great Secretary of States, but I would say in the last 50 years, Henry Kissinger was one of the best. One of the best. You know, but he gets to fall out because whatever they demonized Nixon, it fell upon him. You know, George W. Bush worked for Nixon.
Guilt by association.
Yeah, he didn't get none of that fallout. You know, he didn't get none of that
Well,
fallout.
yes, and there's just it's also the fact of the people is like when people don't like you and they want to either try to kill you, oh, that's not happening, and they want to make excuses about it, and then on top of it they want to call you evil and call you all these names, and it's just like, okay, well, we can play this tit for tat game all the time, but I just it's so ridiculous that we have so many people in the media. You can say whatever you want, but it's already been proven. These protests have been pretty much a dumpster fire, many of them. There's maybe like one out there or two out there that makes sense, because there's a lot of money going into this. And why are former presidents going over and talking to Canada? Oh, they can do that. Fine, they can do that. But why are they bringing George Soros with them? So it's just people. This is why a lot of these
That seems treasonous in itself.
That's right.
Right.
That's why a lot of these conspiracy theories, where they're like, "Oh, that's just a conspiracy,"
Well,
they're starting to
they try
become
to say
true
Canada
more and more.
is our
Yes.
friend. But here's
Right.
the thing, and I'm gonna say this: Trump's 100% right. Canada does. We signed that big free trade deal with Bill Clinton, where it's free trade with Canada, free trade with Mexico, but it was never free trade with Canada. Canada's thing was if you were in the agriculture department and we were sending milk, eggs, bread, beef, and anything agriculture to Canada, the first 3 months, no, there was no tariff. But after them 3 months, the rest of the 9 months of that year, they did put a 200% tariff. So why are we trying to make deals with a country that really, you know,
Right.
let's be honest, they don't need a military because they depend on us to defend them, right? But they're
Them in Mexico. Let's face facts here.
Yep.
Those are the two countries on this continent that depend on us for their safety.
But where does Canada do the deals? Over there in China. And you've seen who Trudeau was answering to. Wasn't answering to Donald Trump. He was answering to, what's his name over there in China. So, like I said, I'm all for equal, fair, out in the open. I don't believe in none of the secret stuff. And I'm sorry, when it comes to trade, it should be like we always had it. You want to trade with us? There's a tariff. Just like you other countries have a tariff.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
They have a tariff.
That's right.
Germany protects their industry. They still have a steel industry. We do not, because we didn't protect it. Germany, certain percentage of everything that's being manufactured, developed there has to be 60% or more in country. But they still allow that 30 or 40% outsource from out, so you can import. That's the guarantee that their industry stays in place. Today, the United States, if we went to war and we need tanks, where are we getting tanks? Who's building tanks?
We have to do it ourselves.
We either have to relearn it or beg China or Japan to build us a tank. What happened to our automotive industry? It's gone.
What automotive industry?
It's gone. It's gone. You know, other country.
What steel industry? We don't have our own steel industry.
Nope. And see, here's the thing. I can remember in school, and this is like 1989, where General Motors was here in Delaware, and so was Chrysler. They literally came to in the high school. I was in the 11th grade, and they were telling students, hey, you come work for us right now, and while you're working, we'll pay you on a Wednesday half a day, and you can get your GED or your high school diploma. But we need you to come to work right now.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine in today's world that happening? It doesn't happen.
No,
but meanwhile,
because the industries aren't there.
Yeah, it picked up a move, and I'm not. So happens when Obama came in, Chrysler left here, and so did General Motors. I still have people that used to work for them that I knew for years. You know, yes, they had to be trained for something else, but do you know how devastating that is? Or you want to keep your job, you got to go to Tennessee if they accepted you. Meanwhile, the governor of this state at the time, they had Dodge Durangos. You remember them? She got the last one that came off the market, off the car before she retired after her final year term. She got a brand new Dodge, whatever they call that vehicle, the SUV, Durango, Daytona. Well,
yeah, I remember those.
But I mean, here she is. She's leaving office.
Mm-hmm.
Gave us the big screw you. My state don't produce anything anymore. It does not produce a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
We used to have DuPont as a big business here, but she screwed over DuPont, and they're not even top 5 in my state. They used to be number 1, and the family used to own the state. You couldn't go anywhere in the state without DuPont. The only thing people know DuPont now is for their paint, and you've seen it on Jeff Gordon's race car. But the DuPont is so much more than that.
They had so much more of a foothold in this nation than they do now. And it's all because these states tax them to death. The government taxes them to death. I'm not trying to side with any of these big companies for leaving.
Right.
I'm just saying the truth. You're being taxed in one state, you're going to move to another state that's going to offer you a better deal. Or another country that's going to offer you a better deal.
When a grocery store or whatever, and we've Phil and I have talked about this before, at least more than a few times, but if a place keeps getting robbed, the leadership isn't doing enough, and the police aren't doing enough about it, where do you think that place is going to go? And then the people, the citizens, are like, well, we have to drive this far. Well, why were you stealing from the store? See, it's called common sense. Isn't
it California, or maybe it's both California and Illinois? One's California, of course, the other's California Junior, but isn't it one or both of those states that's going to punish those companies from leaving?
Chicago. Can you believe that if you're a business and you're losing money and you decide, hey, I'm just getting out, forget just getting out of the city, I'm getting out of the freaking state, and they're going to tell you, no, you can't leave? Or where it comes to California, and I do joke with Cash on this, but it's not really a joking matter. You're a private citizen and you decide you're going to leave California. You got to pay a tax to leave out of the state. That's insane. That's insane. Where in the United States?
Illegal.
Yeah, where is it said that you have to pay a tax to leave or go to another state?
Right. I mean, where people are so worried about stupid things like, oh, we need an all-gender bathroom, and I wish this wasn't an issue, but it has become a big issue, especially in this country. And it's just like we have so many more important things. What are we doing about the homeless problem? What are we doing about crime? Common sense problems that we need to fix. But who do we get? People, the dum-dums here, especially in California, Los Angeles, they keep voting in the same garbage over and over again. I find it very interesting that in my state, we went from Mr. Photo Op, via Ragosa over here, to Garcetti, who turned into a weasel, to now Karen Bass, or as I like to call her, Karen Ass. But really, I just, it's embarrassing. And what do we keep hearing all the time?
Cash, it's been embarrassing since you got rid of the best governor California has ever had.
He decided to terminate a lot of things he shouldn't have.
We need more sheriffs and head of police departments like that guy down in Florida. That's on YouTube.
Florida doesn't put up with crap.
No, he tells people like they have the takeovers. He said you might do a takeover in New York, but that has not happened down here in Florida.
Right.
Yeah.
So
you have to be tough.
Yeah.
Look, growing up as kids, you always heard you can go break laws in other states, but don't go to Texas, man. But they'll throw you away in jail just for spitting on the ground.
Right.
We knew that.
You look at them funny, they'll throw you in jail.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, we come from growing up. I come from If a cop pulls you over, you say yes sir, no sir, and you don't question. If a cop
Right.
says you were
Right.
speeding, even if you're not, to
Yeah.
argue with the cop is stupidity.
It
You
is.
say, "Give me the
Oh, you
ticket."
don't have to tell me that. My father.
Yeah, you take the ticket, and do you know where you argue your point? You argue that in whatever court the state says you got to go for that traffic ticket. That's where you argue it. Argue in any other form is not going to win you anything.
Yes, and look, we will. I'm sure everybody on this panel will admit, yes, there can be power hungry cops. There can be idiotic cops. There can be cops that you run into. It doesn't matter what race you are. But even when a cop seems to be joking, just don't engage. Just
Yes,
don't.
sir, no, sir. That's all you have to do.
That's right.
Yeah.
And don't be stupid and take the ticket
Comply.
and throw it in the ground
Right.
or try to fight and argue the cop. Look, you're
Right.
not going to get him to change his mind. Once
Nope.
he's going to give you a ticket, he's
That's
going to
right.
give you a ticket. All right.
Mhm.
And 9 times out of 10, let's say, I won't say 9, let's say 7 times out of 10, the cop's right. You're more pissed off, not because the cop pulled you over, it's because you got caught.
You got caught.
That
Right.
is where the argument.
Right.
Now, if you're that 3 out of 10 that you know you didn't do anything wrong, arguing with the cop is not going to solve anything. Go to
No.
court.
Just
That's
take
what-
the ticket,
Mhm.
go in front of the judge, and argue your case.
Yep.
Let the
Right.
judge decide.
Or you know what? If you want to avoid a lot of this stuff, don't speed. I've had people that I've known in college. There was this person I haven't talked to him in at least a few years. I think after the Kufa if he went a little nuts, but he was like, I can
So did you.
speed in this area. Yeah, I went nuts too on you, Barrett. But he was like, I can speed in this area until a cop actually pulls him over. There's no
Mhm.
police officers around this area, so I can speed. Well, that's an ignorant stance.
Most states now
Here's
don't even have-
another thing too. Just because you know where the cops like to hide out 99.9% of that time,
That's right.
there's going to be that 0.1% where they're going to hide somewhere where you least expect it, and you're going to be careless enough to get yourself a ticket. And real quick, Jet Spark says that his mom worked at an assembly plant for Nissan until she had her stroke. And she said it was the best job she ever had.
That's awesome. I'm sorry she had a stroke though. But
Now
yeah.
states
that's
don't
bad.
even use the
But-
cops to do traffic tickets. Most of it's done by camera, and you get it in the mail.
That's right. That's
So
right.
there you
Yeah,
go.
I have a problem with that. I
And
have
Yep.
a problem with that.
yeah,
But-
also
but-
there's police officers that'll come to your house and like they don't care about some of these things that go on, but they certainly care if an alarm goes off and you weren't around or something. It's really something to see.
By the way, Anna Moss is a sovereign citizen. Just want to
Yeah.
let you know.
That didn't get him
It's
far.
offset.
Asked his wife.
Yeah.
Honey,
He's
I'm
got that
build-
special
build
license
me-
plate.
Come, I tried to tell
Yes.
him I'm sovereign citizen. Come build me
Exactly.
out.
I'm sure Anonymous, yeah.
Yeah.
As soon
I
as he
put
got
those
it,
special
he
plates
bails him
on
out, he
and
got him in
everything.
that, got him in that
Yeah.
pickup truck. I guarantee you, Anonymous got the Anonymous snatch.
And also, I mean, this may be a controversial topic. If you're a president of the United States, you do not need to go on an apology tour and say, oh, we're sorry that we're this way. No. You think those countries would apologize to us? Think about
Some
that.
of
for a
them, some of
second.
them haven't. If you recall, after 9/11, Saudi Arabia,
Mhm.
Gosh.
their
And-
king
and-
came over and basically told us we deserved it.
Right. And do you think there should be any president in the United States who should go to places like, oh, I don't know, Saudi Arabia and beg for oil? The answer is no. None.
Well, I don't think any country should be apologizing to anybody else.
No.
Because here's the thing. There's not a country in this world or group of people that has been wrong and has caused wrong. There's not an innocent country. Nobody.
No.
I don't care. It's a
They
Vatican
all have
or
blood on their
Liechtenstein.
hands. That's
Mhm.
They have all at some point have done harm and have been harmed. You have to remember what it is. It's called history.
That's right.
You know, this is we're not living in 1866. We're living in 2026. Anything in the past, look, if like you got the big news, oh, North Carolina's little stand had a Confederate flag in it. Well, good. North Carolina did participate with a Confederate flag. Maybe not on the actual flag of the state, but it did participate, and it did. If North Carolina, nothing against the people of North Carolina, if you don't like that fact, remember this. The people that you, back then, the state asked to join the military to fight to defend North Carolina, the state asked them. So if you see somebody with a North Carolina flag / Confederate flag, if you want to blame somebody, the person you need to blame was 160 years ago. They're not alive today. Okay? That'd be equivalent of somebody got killed by somebody, and then 200 years later, you're going to take revenge on some family member because of that family. It's the mentality is I don't get it. I mean, it's worse over there in England and Great Britain right now. People actually hate Great Britain, but they immigrate there. They want to live there. If you don't like that country, why do you want to insist on living there?
Yeah, exactly. Tommy, I talked to your guinea pigs, and they said you're not allowed to have fun anymore. So sorry, not sorry.
And Tommy says I had a lot of fun when I was an auto mechanic. That and assembling dirt bikes, motorcycles, jet skis, and quads.
Yeah. It's sad to see the country change so much in the last 30 years that it hadn't changed prior to that. Whatever changes was done probably took about 60 years. And any of these so-called quote-unquote changes, none of them are for the good. None of it is benefiting us. You know?
No.
Going into a school and somebody decides to wear a "Don't Tread on Me" shirt, and they're being told you can't have it because it's racist. I still to today haven't figured out how "Don't Tread on Me" is a racist thing.
Well, once again, it's just like this control. Change words to make me feel better. Change this. I get to wear this. I get to be nude in public. All this kind of stuff. And just this entitlement, this crap going on. And it's always crap.
Well, Cash, if you're pulling me over, I don't have to show you my license. I am a sovereign citizen.
Right.
I don't need a license to drive a car.
Yeah.
No, I'm just referring to videos I've seen of people.
I know. I know. It's absolutely disgusting. Oh, I don't need to speak English when I'm driving around in a truck for a company. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah. If I was a cop, and thankfully I don't have the patience to be one, but if someone told me, that line, I would say, okay, all right, you want to play that line, and I'll pull a gun, and I say, I guess what? You're a sovereign citizen. I guess I can shoot you legally because it's protected. I'm not protected under the law, right? What's the whole concept of a sovereign citizen? I don't have to obey the law. Okay.
No.
But I want the law to work for me. I don't have to obey the law. But you.
Yeah. And Tommy brings up an excellent point here.
Yes.
Reading and math are racist. I don't like math. I never have liked math. Numbers and me were not compatible.
You know, I'll use the leftist idea of today, which they didn't like 30 years ago. You know, you go and you see the rainbow flag of all colors in berries, right? But guess what? What is the rainbow? 30 years ago, you couldn't bring it into school. Rainbow was considered a Christian symbol, Judeo-Christian symbol, right?
Let's not forget, Jesse Jackson also used it for his Rainbow Coalition.
Right. And so back then you couldn't have it because it was associated with a religious symbol. Now they want you to be okay with having the rainbow and any form of colors you want to use as a symbol of whatever alphabet of today is. Okay.
Yes.
So from the 90s to here we are in 2026, that's what, 30 some years? That symbol got flipped, perverted, and accepted.
Right.
But if I went into a school with a rainbow and as a religious person, use that. Oh no, that's not acceptable.
Right.
You
Right.
you can't have it.
And so this is the whole thing. Whatever
Well,
people wanna-
also remember, and people are fighting for this now. Prayer in school
right,
that wasn't allowed.
right, and
But
really,
they started making special exceptions for
Yes.
others to have it. And even when you
That's
had a
right.
request saying that, hey, can we at least have a moment, where, kids can reflect. They can pray whatever religion they are. If they don't, they can reflect or whatever, but just a moment, which is a good thing, really, because it just gives that pause in the day of everything going on. It's not a break. It's not a recess. It's not nap. But
right.
just the time to you can contemplate doing that. No, we can't do that either. But we'll make sure that these people can bow properly to Mecca. It's like, excuse me, I have no problem with them bowing to Mecca as long as it's fair for everybody else. It's like the bullshit
Right.
they were pulling back in the 70s when the big attack on men-only clubs out there and how women got to be in there and they want to destroy all these, but they seem to always forget. There were women-only clubs. Only women could be part of it.
course.
And if a man tried to get involved with it, it would be fought down and nullified.
That's
No,
why we have
not a-
fraternities and sororities and whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I
ridiculous.
mean, but like the Daughters of the
Yes.
American Revolution, no men allowed. Fine, let them kibitz. No,
Yeah,
men and women
they
need to
have
have their
separate
time
institu-
together.
They have separate institutions for the sons and daughters of the revolution.
Yep.
They're ideally the same, just one's for men, one's for women. They have the
Yep.
sons and daughters of the Confederacy.
Yep.
Sorry, the Union side, their organization isn't as popular, so I can't help you there. It's not that they don't exist. It's just that they don't have the PR system like the one for the South. Yeah.
Exactly. And real quick, I do want to say hello to DJ. Good to
Hey,
see you,
DJ.
brother. And he does say, Phil.
Turtle Man with his turtle
Eh.
horn.
And he says, the voice of Phil speaks.
Yeah.
I know, DJ. It's like we got the docile tones of Philip J. McCracken, Esquire.
Legend, myth, yeah.
Yeah, a myth. I'll go with a myth. I don't know about legend. I'll go with
You know what's worse than that oil was the fact is, if you remember when Hillary was running, this country still had a lot of coal. Still to
Yeah.
this day, we have more coal than we ever could need, and we can use coal to make synthetic oil and everything perfectly fine.
Right.
But if you remember, the last week of her running for president, she made a speech. And she told them coal miners in Pennsylvania and Ohio and West Virginia, you need to find a new job because this is coming to an end.
Yep.
And then she
Real
wondered
smart.
why she lost Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio. Because what's also attracted to coal isn't also towards synthetic oil, but what little steel factories we have left use coal. Your energy, even right now, it's still based on coal. So when you turn on your air conditioning, that's coal.
Yep.
So yeah.
Oh,
Even
that's why it smells like-
Senator Munchin said it, and he's a Democrat. The reason she lost was because of that speech. If she never gave that speech that weekend to the people of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia,
That's really
she probably could have won them 3 states and probably would have been president of the United States.
maybe, but she also called people a bunch of deplorables too. So
Yeah,
that was
the
great.
deplorable ones also you got to add to that. So yeah, she was
Like
just
I
being
said, that lady
very-
is purely for, if you don't believe people for power, that's prime example. Like,
That's
look,
right.
the current guy in office, not perfect.
No,
Well, we know one thing. He is not in there for power because he could have gone and done his private businesses and he got all the power he needed without the headache.
that's true.
You know, and don't forget, this man does not get paid. He doesn't accept his paycheck. He does it for free. Can you name me any president
Does.
that has done that? Nope.
Mhm.
Like
And-
I said, if you can't depend on getting your news anymore. This is not Peter Jennings of
No.
the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Nope.
You know, that ABC is gone. The Ted
Well,
Turner
same
CNN
CBS
is
before
gone.
Dan Rather started going and the big burrito and the big taco.
You know what? I dare anybody tell me, and don't get me wrong, he did not like certain presidents.
I will never forget that.
Could anybody tell me what party Walter Cronkite was a member of?
I would say the Democratic Party. I would say the Democratic Party.
Nobody knows. Because he gave you neutral news. He gave you the news as it is and what it is. What you did with that information was up to you.
What about with the Vietnam War, though?
You still got a lot of vets mad.
Well, the representative from Minnesota take the stage.
Yes.
Oh, me? That's me? Oh.
No, it's that other guy.
Oh, okay. No, we knew where Cronkite was. He was twisting the news. We could tell when he was doing it. He did it, especially.
It was when he did. You know, they didn't do it. They did a lot back then. Didn't do now, or even in the 80s. At the end of the newscast, they would give him or any of the other channels their main anchor 5 minutes to say something that they felt was important to say. Like could have been something like Nixon being resigning, and they give him that 5 minutes, and if he had an opinion, that was the time. But actually, yes, he could. You can tell sometimes he was trying to swing it a certain way, but in general, I'm talking in general, he gave you the news. These people today on CNN, they're not giving you news. They're giving you
your local news. You're not getting the actual facts.
What they should do for CNN is they should have Scott Jennings, who I'm sure you know who that is, Phil. Scott Jennings and that pollster guy. Those are the two people who should take over CNN. Those are there. Might be there's a few other guests.
What they need to do is stop having politicians being part of the news.
Agreed.
The worst mistake was ABC ever did was hiring
Stephanopoulos.
He was from Bill Clinton's
Clinton administration.
Yeah,
and
he was the secretary.
You can tell how he swung ABC from a central to a far left.
Well, you know why? Dang it, I can't think of his name right now. Hit me a second.
Anonymous says, "Cash Money, you're the Communist Party." See, the Communist Party.
No, he's talking about.
There it is, right there, man.
Nice try, buddy.
Well, Tommy mentioned, the Commonwealth laws in Pennsylvania and Virginia. I mean, look at Virginia right now. I can't tell you how many times I've seen posts from people in Virginia saying, we want her out.
But remember, Virginia, look, you and me, Mike, East Coast, we can say from Pennsylvania, not Pennsylvania, from Delaware and Maryland on down, there's an influx of people that come from the great state of New York. And they don't leave their after destroying New York, they didn't leave their politics there. And now look at what's happening in Maryland. Maryland has gone completely crazy. My state has been totally taken over by New Yorkers. Okay. And I can tell you for fact, for Northern Virginia, where their main buildup of that party is all from out of state. They're not Virginians. They're not, there's nothing wrong with somebody moving to a state. There's no problems. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is when you left the politics in New York and you come to a new state, adapt to the culture, adapt to the new state, And that doesn't mean you drop everything that made you a New Yorker. Right. But you're no longer in New York no more. So if I go to like Virginia, Tennessee, Georgia, and I just so happen do not like to see anything mentioned about the Confederacy or the Confederate flag, I shouldn't be down there. If I don't like it, I should be up in New York. But no, you screwed up your state. Now you want to go to a different state and tell them how to live, think, and work.
Trust me, they even if they're not here as full-time residents, they come down to areas like Virginia, areas like mine, and they try to tell those of us who live here year-round how we need to do things. It's like
Nope. You
you're
shouldn't do
not
that.
in the big city anymore.
Mm-mm. I mean, it's as much as I live in Delaware and we live a certain way. I have no right to tell Barron how he should live, how his state should be run,
Right.
or anything of that matter. Guess what? If there's a problem in Minnesota, that's for the people of Minnesota and Barron to deal with, not me from Delaware. And if I move to Minnesota, I should respect and adapt to the culture. And if I don't like their culture, guess what?
That's
I
right.
shouldn't be there.
Nope.
You know, there's no law saying I have to be in Minnesota if I don't like the culture and the people. You know, we don't have the hindrance on travel here in the United States or where you live. You know, if you don't like a place, don't go there. You know, I mean, it's equivalent of if I don't like to look, I have my ex and my children, they're part Native American. Okay. If I don't like Native Americans and I go to a reservation and I start complaining how they live, think, and do their thing, why am I there at the reservation? I shouldn't be there if I don't like it. You know, it's more a thing that they want to tell people in a way of form of control. You know, and like that, if they want to think that way, stay in the state that you're in. You know, but don't go to. You screwed up your state in New York, which is screwed up, and now you're going to Virginia, North Carolina, Florida,
South Carolina, Georgia, Florida.
Yep. I mean, like I said, in my state, between native-born people and people from out of state, 60% now were not born or raised in Delaware, and out of that 60%, 40% are from New York State. That's a lot. 40% in the last 30 years.
Yeah, that's a large influx of people.
But if you, like you said, Mike, you look at Virginia, Northern Virginia, around Alexandria, outside D.C. They're not Virginians. They're either from Pennsylvania, New York, and all. But yet they're even trying to manipulate with the redistricting they had, to try to manipulate so that way they can get further.
Yeah, I looked into it and it goes against Virginia's constitution.
Yep. You know, it's insane. You know, it's like we're not trying to hide that we want to cheat. You know, like I said, I try to sometimes. I don't want to be like Cash. I don't want to think negativity. I want to think positively. But as I tell Cash and I tell everybody here, there's a tipping point. Just like in the Civil War, there's a tipping point. And you have a thin, narrow margin there where you can say, we have a chance to work things out. The left is not going to get everything they want. The right ain't going to get everything they want. But we can work a little bit towards the middle. You're not getting that now. You're getting... No,
you're not getting that because both sides continued to bicker, bitch, and moan and say the other side's bad when they're both bad.
It'll be at a point where it's only going to take a spark. And I don't want to see a second Civil War, but I will tell you this, if there is a second Civil War here in this country, it's not going to end like it ended on the first one. This will be bloody. This will not be where this state or this state, it could be going this county against this county, or
not only that, it could involve those who we don't need involved in a civil war, and I don't want a civil war in this country. But I'm just saying that with how big this country is now compared to back in the 1860s, it would be a completely different animal, and you'd also have other people from other nations who would want to get their fingers in the pot and stir things around.
I wish I can say that it's only one party, but you got a Democrat, and then you got a voice of reason, which people at the time don't think he was, but I do. Fetterman, he seemed like a voice of reason. And then you get the Republican Party. Look, their lead in the control of the Congress is slim. But you know what? Even with the slim lead, they can get a lot more done. But
That's
they
right.
rather fight and bicker among themselves. You know, so I got to say it's like both parties. I try not to be this way, but you have to remember, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm a what you would call a constitutionalist. What's that party? I have it on top of my head. I can't think of the name.
What, libertarian?
There you go. Thank you. Constitution Libertarian Party. There you go. That's two different parties, but I consider myself a part of both. So you might call me independent, but I'm not independent.
Mm-hmm.
I believe.
I've referred to myself as an independent.
Yeah.
Ever since I reached voting age, I'm an independent. I'm not Democrat. I'm not Republican.
And you know, I'm not these other people. I don't have no political signs on my property. I don't let anybody put no political signs whatsoever. And when I go out in general public, I don't tell anybody how I vote or who I voted for because it's none of their business. I don't even try to put a bullseye. I don't put no little bumper sticker. You know, to me, when you put a bumper sticker, I don't care who you putting a bumper sticker of, you're putting a bullet on your head. It's almost like you're asking for it. My advice to anybody: I don't care who you vote for.
What does the conversation have to do with our political leaning? If we're having a great conversation, let's continue with that great conversation and leave the political mumbo jumbo bullshit out of it.
Yes.
See, myself, I consider myself a constitutional conservative because I'm conservative on the Constitution. Doesn't mean I don't believe in the spirit of law either, but that's the law of the land. I'm a small R Republican, small L Libertarian. So, you know, I mean, if I was in England, I'd be going around saying I'm a Republican because I don't believe in monarchy. But that's beside the point. But here again, you know, I believe in a republic, and I always will. So that's where I stand. Yeah, I was a party guy at one time. I'm not going to lie. I was a Republican whose first vote was for a Democrat. How's that for you? You know, again, it's the character of the person.
The best Republican that we had in the last 50 years, Ronald Reagan. Remember, he was a Democrat. He even had a big chunks of Democrats that were voting for him each time. I mean, his landslide in 1984, there's no doubt there were Democrats voting for him. He won almost every state besides, what was your state again? Minnesota? And Washington, D.C. They were the only two places he didn't win the election.
Yeah.
That's how big of a landslide. Now, it wasn't as big as the popular vote as Nixon had, but as far as electoral college, it was a blue streak. You know, he when Reagan won, it affected the news that they had to switch. Republicans had to stop using red colors on their maps, and Democrats had to go to the. But before that, if you go look at the old maps, the Republicans were blue, and the Democrats were red. That's how bad Ronald Reagan beat the political system. That's how bad. The following elections, they had to switch colors.
And Judge Sparks, you're absolutely right. Native Americans shouldn't have to live in squalor. Nobody should have to live in squalor.
No.
I've been to the reservations. I've seen what happens there. I don't mean to make this a stereotype, but it is true. Native Americans do not have resistance to alcohol.
Yeah.
So what would take everybody here on this panel, maybe 6-pack to get a little buzz? Indians are blasted by the time they get to a 6-pack. Yeah. They just, I've witnessed that. I've seen that and experienced that. It's not a stereotype.
Well, I know. I mean, up here we have Mistake by the Lake Casino, right? You know, it's an Indian casino, and they had a law on the reservation, because obviously it's on reservation land, it's stone's throw from here, that no alcohol. They wanted no alcohol on the reservation. because of exactly what you're talking about. But then they decided to change all that, and so they can have alcohol in the casino because they never had alcohol in there before. So now
That
they put
opens the door.
Yep, and that opens the door. It's like you guys are violating your own law, the ones that you fought for. You went for tooth and nail to have abstinence, a dry reservation, and now you're turning around and doing that. It's like you idiots, But no, they wanted to get more people.
I'm not sure about Michigan, but when you have a state that has a reservation, normally the reservation controls that area. Still, you're part of the state. But let's just say, for example, you're in Minnesota and you're going through a highway that happens to go through the Indian reservation. And if that Indian reservation says no alcohol, guess what? That means also on that highway driving through that state, that means you have to divert yourself. If you have alcohol in your car, you have to divert yourself onto another road that goes either further away from it, but you cannot drive through Indian reservation if they are dry. You cannot drive through it, even if that's a state highway or a federal highway. You cannot drive through that Indian reservation if there's, like I said, they're dry. There's some states that have dry counties, like West Virginia. You're not legal to drive through that state with alcohol, through that county. I'm not sure about any of the other southern states, but I know West Virginia still has dry counties. So just because you like I said, prime example, when you move to a state, you better learn the laws of that state or that area. So if you're going to an Indian reservation, you have to understand that their laws are different than state or even federal laws. You have to obey that law. So if they tell you our reservation is it's dry or no alcohol, that also implies driving through that state or through that reservation. Yep. Or you're in a dry county and it's someplace like West Virginia, you have to go around to either another road or another county, but you can't bring alcohol into that county. Even if you bought it and you were driving through to get to your house, which is not in a dry county, you can't go through that county. Love America, even though there's a lot of parts of it different. Love America.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah,
and that's what the country is supposed to be. It's supposed to be different. We're a melting pot. We're not just one ethnicity, one race, one culture. We're multiple races, ethnicities, and cultures, and we are a melting pot. We always have been, and hopefully we always will be. I say hopefully because even I question what is the future of this country 50 years from now.
I hope we learn that our differences are supposed to be different. You can either accept people being different or you don't. But to try to force everybody to sing Kumbaya and get along,
right.
That's never going to happen.
Never going to happen, man.
I mean, I could speak to you, Mike, and say, I can mention cherry wine, sun drop, and all this stuff like that. But if I ask Cash Money, what's sun drop and what's cherry wine, do you have any idea?
Can't say.
I'm not going to help you out here, Cash.
Yeah.
I'm not helping you out either.
If I asked you, I said, Winn-Dixie's a great grocery store. You probably have the same store, but under a different name.
Right, probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to understand, that's something like for a certain area of the country, that's what you're supposed to be. Oh, they have this and that.
Exactly.
If you go to California, look, out here on the East Coast, we don't have Jack in the Box anymore. We haven't had Jack in the Box since the late 70s. You in California, guess what? You still have Jack in the Box.
We do, yes.
See the difference? Our country, even in the same country, we have the.
I'll give you another example here, Phil. I'll actually give you a couple of examples. Same mayonnaise, but it's known by two different labels. On the East Coast, it's known as Hellman's mayonnaise.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
While on the West Coast, it's known as Best Foods.
See, I never heard of that. Never heard of that.
Yep. Also, grocery chain, Kroger. You know, you go out, you go further out west, it's known as Kroger. You come further east, it's known as Harris Teeter. You want to know why it's known as Harris Teeter? Because they bought two different grocery chains that eventually became one that were known as Harris Teeter. So instead of saying, okay, we're going to change the Kroger, no, they kept the name that everybody was familiar with. It's just like Hardee's. Phil, I know you know what Hardee's is.
Yes.
But
I love
out west, because the parent company owns them, it's known as Carl's Jr. How do you know it's the same company? Because the font is the same, and also Happy Star.
Yep.
And I love Hardee's.
I haven't been to Hardee's in ages. We hardly have them around here anymore. Damn it. Or Carl Jr. for that fact.
I mean, like I said, I know in my area they call it Acme, right? Supermarket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But as soon as I go into Southern Maryland and Virginia, it's not Acme. It's Winn-Dixie.
Mm-hmm.
Winn-Dixie. You know, I'm trying to think, but there's a bunch of other things that, you know, one part of the country, they have it. The other part don't have it. When you come to think about it, there's only few nationwide chains that you can identify nationwide. Walmart, Target, but you know, back in the day you probably would say Sears and Kmart, but nowadays, like I said, if I say, hey man, we're gonna have a cherry wine tonight, yeah, people wouldn't know, but that's soda, cherry soda, and it's particularly popular from Maryland to Georgia. You know, that Carl Jr.'s and Hardee's.
Yeah. Anonymous is straight up the same point. I mean, you know, there's a restaurant chain that you could find practically everywhere at one point, and now they're sporadically spread across the country. Anybody remember Fuddruckers?
Oh, yeah.
I know Fuddruckers. Yeah.
You know, you go in, you order your burger, and once your burger's ready, you go to the bar. And I don't mean the bar where you throw back a few, the toppings bar. You put your lettuce, you put your cheese, tomato, whatever you wanted to have on top of that burger, you put on top of that burger.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't got those anymore here either.
I know another perfect one was Denny's. They used to be nationwide, and now they're barely alive anywhere.
What
got
about
Denny's
Bob's
here.
Big Boy?
We used to have 4 in my state, and we're down to none now.
We got new ones going up around here, so
You're lucky.
Denny's.
You're lucky.
What about Bob's Big Boy?
But I
think they're all gone.
You know, I get
They're still out in California.
I can get an argument with people there, and I can tell where they're from just by this argument. What's it? IHOP, or what's the southern one? The yellow one. I can't think of the name of it.
Waffle House.
Waffle House. If you say IHOP, I immediately know you're a Yankee, and if you say Waffle House, I immediately know you're from down south.
What about International House of Pancakes?
Thank you, Baron. I was just going to get to that.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step rain on your parade.
No. It's something that I would say to people whenever we're on the same page. Pitcher and catcher on the same page. Baseball term.
Yeah, exactly. We got IHOPs and International House here.
But no Waffle House.
No Waffle House, sadly. We don't have the fighters for it.
No.
Last time I went into an International House of Pancakes, I had the best 2 pork chops I've ever had at a restaurant.
Ooh.
Considering they were basically a breakfast food all day long, yeah. I have to say their pork chops is good. Yeah.
I mean, going in there and getting pancakes. God, pancakes used to be so good.
And Cash Money put himself on mute because he doesn't understand anything we're saying. No clue. We're talking Martian.
I'm just listening, bitch. Shut up.
They look at him using that foul language.
That's right. You shut your mouth, old man. And ask for your-
He's wondering if the Fuddruckers has bean sprouts you can put on the burger.
Sure. No.
And a lot of us says we have both and lots of them. Oh, we got a Conda sighting. Hey, Conda, how you doing, brother?
Oh.
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, anytime, Conda, anytime. You know, whenever I'm able to come by your channel, even if I can't say anything in the chat, I will do my best to always share out your stream and repost about your stream and let everybody know, hey, yeah, forget about Fat Steven JFG because, like, just in case Steven's listening. But yeah, forget about that guy. Go watch Conda. Conda's more entertaining.
Who's Steve? Who's this?
Okay,
Yeah.
I have to ask you guys: did Baron? Did he just got that image, or did he actually create that image?
I didn't create. I found it.
The First Republic of California.
No. A Socialist Republic of California.
You're bringing
look
tears
above the
for
bear.
Cash money.
Yeah, I put that up for cash.
Tears.
Take a look above the bear there. See the hammer, sickle, and the star? Yeah.
There you go, Cash.
I don't care, dude. I don't pay attention. To
No,
leadership here.
you don't. I can tell in your voice.
I don't care, man, about it. I don't pay attention to the stupid leadership. Let them continue to fail. But now we have
Cash
a chance
waves
to start
that flag
fixing
outside
things.
his.
We have a chance to start fixing things, and
But you want to know something? We were joking, but we can say right now, and I still cannot believe in 2026 I'm saying this. There's a party that's actually admitting to wanting to be.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
That's insane. That's
It's insanity. But they when you talk to other people, why do you think they think this way? Because they're stupid and they're brainwashed and they don't understand the history. What else is new?
What they need to do is take a moment in time, go find someone that lived in the former communist republics in Eastern Europe and in Russia, and actually talk to people that lived under that type of leadership.
Well, not only them, but also talk to somebody who immigrated from China.
Yep. It's mind-boggling. If you would have told me that this is the way people would become in the United States back in like 1991 when we thought we defeated communism, yeah, it just reared its ugly head in a different form, you know. And I grew up in the time, and we pretty much all grew up in the time where we never thought we would ever defeat communism, that the world was going to be east and west permanently. If you would have told me in 1989 there would be no Soviet Union, there would only be one Germany, and Eastern Europe pretty much will join NATO, I would think that you were crazy.
If, I could tell my dad, if I could tell my grandmother, grandfather, what the country is like now, just traveling back in time and telling them, they would look at me like I'm insane and they would throw me into one of the still open insane asylums.
Yeah. It's just like I said, I know things change, time evolves, people turn different, but not like this. Not like this. This is bizarre world, to use a better term. So, I see, we're supposed to be happy and celebrating 250. And all I see, if I do happen to click on some TV, which I rarely do, and that's what I see is them fighting over it. Why do we have to fight over it? We should be all celebrating 250 years and thanking God for it.
Because, for some of us, we'll only get this one celebration to experience in our lifetime. For others, yes, this is their second opportunity to celebrate, somewhere around during the 200th anniversary, just as they are for the 250th. But for some of us, we'll only get one.
Like I said, I can remember the 200, and it was decent, but there was a lot of outside negativity. Like I said, I can remember myself getting a flag that had bicentennial, 13 stars and stripes, waving around proudly for 200. And there were some people back then that they would cuss you out. And all right, that's 1976. You go to 1986, and you even think leftist or think like a hippie. Then you were gone. Also, forget about it. And then I never would say this, and I might be wrong in some degree, but I believe this. The hippies from the late 60s were the ones that are teaching our college kids. So now we look at the 90s and the 2000s, wonder where these kids learned this stuff at. Was from the hippies just totally disappeared. They just evolved into the college, And if you hear a lot of the talk, and sometimes
not just the college. I mean, I can remember a couple of my teachers in high school who would talk, that way, and talk about the rhetoric. It's like, I don't want to hear this. The reason why I was going, I don't want to hear this, is because I was already hearing it enough when my family got together. It's like, okay, enough. I'm tired of hearing this shit. So I would try to block it out.
But sometimes you can't block it out.
No.
I mean, I've totally eliminated television because of how it is today. But even with that out of the TV, and even when I try to not get anything political on YouTube, it still shows up. And you still hear about it. And even to the degree you're at a point, I think people get oversaturated,
Well, we are oversaturated. I mean, again, like you said,
escapes, Mike. You used to be able to say, "Oh, I'll watch a baseball game." I don't want to watch it. Like I told Cash, I don't want to watch a baseball game, and the team has to wear a pride shirt. Why does it have to be at a baseball game? I'm going there to escape my mundane Monday through Sunday deals. I want to go to a baseball game and watch baseball. I want to talk baseball. I want to see baseball. I don't want to see a team saying sponsored by the Democratic Party, or even saying Republic. I don't want to hear politics. Politics should not say anything.
And you know what team gets a lot of flack because they've done it again for another year in a row that said we're not participating in any of this? The Rangers, the Texas Rangers, said we're not participating.
No, I mean, there's that one baseball team, semi-pro in York. They were told they were going to have a Pride night, and they had to wear these jerseys, and the players
and the players, no, they flat out said no. They forfeited, and their owner threw them under the bus.
Yep, I think I can't see why people will be offended to this. Look, forget about religious. All right, that's it for a moment. And just focus as a person, as an individual. Does a person have to accept another person? No. If you don't if I say we all here for ice cream, and I like chocolate, and Baron likes chocolate, but Mike, you like strawberry, and Cash likes vanilla, and I say I don't like strawberry, I don't like vanilla, I have a right to say I don't like it. Right? I don't have to eat vanilla. I don't have to eat strawberry. But these people are telling you, and I'm using the ice cream as an analogy, you not only have to accept it, but you got to eat it. No. That's ridiculous. We're supposed to be a country of drones, and everybody think one way. That's communism. That's communism. And anybody that wants to say, "Oh, communism is great," yeah. How long you had to wait in line to get a loaf of bread? How long did you have to wait in line to get a piece of meat? The lines were big. They had to wait for days. If they got toilet paper and it was 2-ply because it took so long to get it, people will actually take it and split it and make it 1-ply. That's how great communism. Oh, you got a car in East Germany or Russia? You had to pay for it, and you had to wait 10 years for your car. 10 years. That's how great communism is.
Mhm.
You know, not like it is in China right now with this quasi-communist with a little bit of business capitalism. No, these people, you're living like the only country I would say today that's like old communism is probably North Korea.
Yep.
That's it. You know, and I don't understand. You want to go back to something that was that awful because some college person or professor told you, "Oh, communism is great. The idea of communism." No, no. Even socialism, that's communism. I don't care. It's still Marxism. You go to most of the European countries,
Communism light.
they're communist light, and even there, you would say no. You know, look at what's happening in France. The French government controls the electric company over there. So all their problems with not having their electric because they switched over to let's do the Green Deal. Well, guess what? You're seeing what's happening. People are dying because they don't have air conditioning. You know, in 2020,
well, like I mentioned earlier, how the deputy mayor in Paris is blaming the United States because of our AC for their heat wave. Guess what? Heat waves have been happening in Europe long before the United States was even founded, long before air conditioning.
Mm-hmm. And the U.S. has had them too. But you know what? I bet you she's enjoying her
air conditioning.
Uh-huh.
The government official, look, that's a prime example of the corruption with communism. They'll tell everybody, look, when they got rid of all the royalty in Russia, that didn't solve any of the problem. Because what happens? Your business people filled that role. Your communist people filled that role. They had these special estates. Oh, we have these specialists, the communists of Russia, most of the poor people went to do their beach in Crimea, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You're a poor person that was working and you're supporting communism and you're working a manufacturing job in what is now Leningrad or what do you want to call it now, St. Petersburg. Guess what? You couldn't go to Crimea if your life depended on it. You never get rid of the elite. The French tried it. It didn't work. The Russians tried it. It didn't work. And China tried it. Even right now, you can see it didn't work. You can't eliminate a group. Look, you always have the elite. You always have the middle people in the middle, and you always have the poor. And no matter what type of revolution or what new system you come with, you can eliminate the top part, but the next part below it takes that part. If you understand what I'm saying. So people that you would think number two, well, now they're number one with all the benefits of what number one was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it never changes anything. You know, it never changes it. So,
and then there's the thing that they don't truly understand. The useful idiots are the first ones they put against the wall.
You know, Baron, they never tell people what happened the first year after China got taken over by the communists. The first people they eliminated, drug dealers, drug users, the poor, the homeless, and the sick. They were the poor people they got rid of. And you know what? They weren't scared to say how they did it. They just shot them.
Yeah.
That's the end of it, period. No, we need to get special interest group there. We need to send the UN there. You know, think it this way. The United Nations got mad at Trump because he's offering the white people in South Africa, what they call them, the Boers, the Dutch, opportunity to come to the United States. And
basically asylum.
Yep. And people were getting mad because Trump was saying they're endangered.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, what were they doing in South Africa? They were chasing out the Nigerians and other black communities that weren't South African. Not only were they chasing, they told them to get out. Now the United Nations wants to do something about South Africa and with all their stuff. But when they were chasing the white people out, it was perfectly fine. Nobody said anything. But now they're chasing their own kind, other Africans from Nigeria and other places in Africa. They're chasing them out. They literally had to leave everything they own so their government can get them on an airplane to get them out of there.
Well,
But
it's even worse
gentlemen,
than that.
well, I was going to say, gentlemen, it is 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. Actually, 1 minute past 11, and I think we need to start wrapping things up.
No problem. Well, thank you for having me on, especially since Anonymous decided to show up. Yeah, it's nice.
I'm
to
happy
see-
for everybody who has a chance to come by, watch a movie if they want to watch a movie, or hear what we're talking about, joking about, and
Well, it's nice to
Good
see him
hearing
get
you.
free after his honey-to-do list. And I hope he completed his honey-to-do list.
Nah.
But Philip, I'm grateful that you're able to join us tonight. Really appreciate it. I know it'd been a while since you've been on, but I thought this would be the perfect movie for you to join us.
And I appreciate it. I'm not on YouTube no more. I don't have any interest in it. I only come on to this because I like you guys. And I love this movie. And yeah, and plus somebody has to keep Cash Money in line. So,
Yeah, we're not doing enough stuff.
Well,
it's good talking
you
with you,
know,
Gabriel.
it takes more than one person to keep Cash in line.
that's true.
Amen.
That's
Those communist girls do.
well, that's the thing. I was going to tell him, like, he tries to deny it, but every chick that he talks to just happens to be far left communist. And I tell Cash, that should say a lot. You know, if you think with the communists and you hang with the communists, what that make you? Communist. He's their California great leader.
The great chin leader.
Well, you know, he was working with Katie Porter. They're trying to get her in, but
And he can't deny it because you hear him cry when he finds out a video game is over $70. You know, but that
Well,
doesn't
even I don't want to pay $70 for a lot of games. So, yeah, no, I have.
Same here.
I would agree. There's some
But-
games, but Mike, I can remember in the '90s some games for the NES and other systems they were $70, even back
Yeah,
then.
and I can remember with the Power Pad. You got that, you got a game, and that was almost $100 at one point.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to bed having nightmares about being chained to a school jet desk and Phil teaching a never-ending hell of history. It's okay, Anonymous. But Anonymous, thank you for stopping by. Everybody, whether you popped in the chat or whether you popped into the Kosmi side, thank you very much. It's great to have you here tonight. Of course, Baron, do you have anything coming up for Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy?
No. Not yet. Yeah.
And I know Cash isn't here, but
He's never here.
He's making a sandwich.
That tofu, teriyaki flavor.
but
With
I'm
beef
sure
sprouts.
if he has anything coming up, he will definitely let us all know. But before we get out of here, I do want to take the time to thank everybody who did hop over, whether it was on YouTube, Blaze, or Rumble. I want to thank Jamie Lynn Simmons for popping in. Of course, Shane, thank you for popping in. Of course, he's with Dorko right now, so thank you both. Lester, it was good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Also, Tim, thank you very much for popping in. And of course, Varda Elentari, thank you for popping in. And of course, Lady Mist, thank you for popping in. And Lady Mist, again, I can't thank you enough for the super stickers you've been sending lately. Really do appreciate it. And, I don't ask for it, but she sends it. And thank you for the $4 that you sent last night. Really do appreciate it, Lady Mist. I just like having you here. Jace, good to see you. And Veritex, thank you for popping in for a little while. Really appreciate that. And NG Miles, thank you for popping in. we also had, and I'm going to play it because Phil's here and he hasn't heard it in a while.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Do. I love
And-
that.
Well, I know you hadn't heard it in a while, so that's why I thought I would play it.
Thank you.
And of
my
course, anytime, brother. Tommy, thank you for stopping in. Really appreciate it. Of course, DJ Ronnie G and his turtles.
Nerd.
Thank you, brother. Also, Eric Honda over on the Rumble side. Thank you very much, brother, for popping in. And I'm just looking.
Rumble.
And over, let's see, over on Blaze, we actually had 2 people pop in.
Wow.
Avisi, thank you for popping in over on the Blaze side. Thank you very much. And also, Nixon Mania, thank you for stopping in over on the Blaze side. Really appreciate that. But as far as what's coming up on Pacific 4 and 4, well, I will wait because Cash is back. So, Cash, please let everybody know what they can expect sometime in the future for the Phantom Hooligans, although it should be Hooligans all year round.
Yeah,
Hooligans.
whole movies of me down in Fullerton. Yeah.
No Fullerton movies, old man. Give me a
Come on,
donut.
they're good.
Right.
Very
well,
special, Anonymous. Very special.
Special?
Yeah, running away from Phil is always a good thing. Well, sometimes anonymous.
Yeah, but sometimes Phil's trying to run away from you and you find him.
No, I don't want to find him. He finds me. I don't look for him.
We just got to get
Phil,
more people
I
at
don't-
nighttime to come and say the truth.
I don't look for him.
Phil
The
That's
goes
only
me.
reason I look for you is when you promise to
I-
show me food
Uh-huh.
online. Let's
Yeah,
get it right.
sure. Yeah,
Where's
sure.
my food online?
What a bunch of nonsense. But
You know what happened?
so-
Yeah, bitch. Where's this sort out
Thank you,
online,
Mike,
bitch?
for putting the B word
No.
out there.
no,
Phil
bitches.
goes out
Get
there and says,
nothing.
be very, very quiet. I'm hunting cash money.
That's
Yeah,
right, he does.
Don't forget, you're supposed to show me more. What's it called?
Data Live.
There you go. Thank you. Which is really sort of online, but he might. You don't
No,
want to admit
it
to it.
isn't. Anyways,
It's exactly
two
like it.
different shows. No, it is not exactly like it.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh. Anyways, yeah. So Baron and I we're gonna be getting Cranky Old Fans back together soon, and then
I'm very cranky.
You
That's
say
right.
this all the time, but yet you never do it.
shut up, Phil.
You're making me say it,
Sure,
just
Phil.
like you promised and said.
I'm not
Team Epic
promising.
Fail
Phil,
is making
Phil,
a comeback,
shut up.
and it
Phil,
still hasn't happened.
Phil,
I'm
shut
still
up.
waiting for it.
Phil, shut up, old man. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Hashtag Team
Nobody
Epic Fail,
cares.
Pam Hooligan.
Nobody cares.
I do.
You're not invited to the
I
party
care.
anymore. It's okay.
Hey,
Nobody
be
cares
nice
about
to our
what you
guest,
feel.
Cash. Come on,
No.
man.
I'm not going to be nice to Phil. Fuck
He's
off.
very
Just
sensitive
be-
individual.
just because you couldn't get your kale at Whole Foods
Fuck
today.
Never. That's not true. Shut up.
Oh, come on.
No. Nope.
It is true. You go to Whole Foods, you're looking for the kale, you're looking for the
No.
tofu, you never find it, and then you take it out of Baron, then you take it out of poor innocent Phil. Come on.
Yeah,
You know what?
like
He
the
went
three of
into
you
the
are
Whole
innocent.
And he went
That's
and
a
I
good
told
one.
him, do not try to pick up women near the
Innocent,
banana.
right?
And what she tried to do, he tried to
Right.
pick up a woman from the banana. When
Sure.
all she asked was, is this yellow or green?
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure, Phil.
Cash Money had
Anyways,
this reputation of the
Uh-huh.
poor lady. She couldn't even handle it.
yeah, sure, Phil. Whatever you say. But yeah, so we're going to because Baron had been busy before, and we're finally going to get back to Cranky Old Fans. So
Now
Yeah,
it's
the
blaming
deal-
Baron. See how it's going, Baron? He's blaming you.
Yep,
I
yep,
usually
that's
would.
that's how it works.
I know he was busy. He told me, but anyways, so yeah, that and then some other stuff is still to come up and so on. Mike and I are going to. We still need to talk about playing a Split Fiction. So, well, should we play that offline again, Mike, or before we?
The offline test went fine. The test that at least I'm nervous about,
Yeah.
because the way split fiction works, where one of us has to actually have the game, which is me,
Right.
and then the other downloads the section of the game that allows them to join the person that has the game, is playing it together online, but also streaming at the same time.
Right.
That's the part I'm a little nervous about, because I don't know how stable their system is, and then how the impact.
Well, no, because we had ran into problems with River City Girls too. So
yeah,
that was stupid.
Which is coming up
that'll
on
be
Netflix, by the way.
Yeah, it is tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah.
So if you don't have River City Girls 2, pick it up. It's going to be free tomorrow on Epic.
Yeah. That's epic.
River City Girls, will you come out tonight? Come out tonight.
Come out tonight.
But yeah, so there's a few things we got going on the Rumble Cash Money Madness, and gonna have to do more. I have that Blaze channel set up. I gotta do stuff with that. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Blaze channel.
All right.
Blaze.
The thing that you're on right now, besides YouTube and Rumble, that they're Baron.
You know what, Baron? I'm muting myself.
Hi, Glenn Beck. How you doing over there in Blaze? Glad to be with you.
I don't know if he actually owns it.
We don't know, Baron. Come on, man.
Well, I think he's a wiener anyway. So.
If he is farted, Glenn, please don't take my channel away. I didn't say that. The communist known as Baron Orman Tagge did.
That's right.
You cry all the time, you weenie. Always crying.
Anyways, anything else, Cash?
Nope, that's all for now.
All right. I do want to let everybody know that if you would like to, you can come by tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, because I will once again be fighting for. Yeah, I'll be fighting for the Emperor again. Why?
Yeah.
Because I like fighting for.
So we're fighting for the Tau.
I don't have a choice in the game, Phil. If I could fight for the Tau, I could.
But
I don't.
There's a version, I think, on Steam. I'll see if I look it up for you. I used to play.
Yeah.
You can play as the Tau.
Yeah, Games Workshop released a lot of their old games on Steam now, and one of them is where you fire something, or I can't remember.
Yep. You play as the Tau.
Yeah.
I'm sentimental to the Tau. You know, they're abused, neglected race that, but they're determined to fight back. You know.
Well, Baron likes to call the Ultramarines the Ultra Smurfs. La 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 la.
Bang bang. La la.
For the Emperor. For Papa Smurf.
Yeah, for Papa Smurf. That's for Bootsy Gillyman. Girly man.
But anyways, I'll be playing more Space Marine 2 tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And there won't be a Saturday night stream. I know this Saturday night would have been the Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion, but with it being the 4th of July, I didn't want to do a stream. And so the next stream that will be coming after tomorrow's Space Marine 2 will be, of course, Pop Talk. Of course, we'll take a look at the box office. I got a feeling that Minions is going to rock it. And we're gonna continue to see our pattern that we've been seeing. Everybody's been seeing it, where the movie that was number one week has a drastic drop the next. Of course, Supergirl. Yeah, I will admit, I have to come clean, but also in hindsight, I'm glad I went to go to the movie, to Supergirl, to be with a friend who's been going through a hard time. So it was good for her and I to catch up and find out what's been going on in her life. And, you know, the movie was, I know. What do you mean by Basically, I would give it a 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. because part of the problem with that movie is that the color choices. If I wanted to see something that looked like diarrhea,
Cha cha cha.
I would just eat something that would give me diarrhea.
Cha cha cha.
Cha cha cha. But we did go and have some tacos afterwards, and the tacos were excellent.
Ooh, tacos.
Yes. So yes, I know Sunday I said I'm not going to see it. But then my friend messaged me and she started telling me a few things that have been going on and she wanted to go see the movie. So I'm okay. I'll go. I'm not doing one of those things. I'm going to go see it so you don't have to. No. It's like, no. My friend needs me, so I'm going to go. And I'm glad I did, like I said. But until tomorrow, everybody, you take care. And remember 2 things on Pacific 414. Slow down, Mike, when you're talking.
Please.
Is 1, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy, although I love it that the Cubs are hot right now. And then, of course, that could change very quickly with the game of baseball. And 2, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And Lady Miss says, basically, the color choices in the movie there, Lady Miss, it looked like diarrhea, literal diarrhea with the color choices. Browns, different shades of browns, whether it's the light brown, dark brown, or even a copper color. It's like, DC, what the hell is wrong with you guys? And the special effects, it's like, it seems like every DC movie I see lately, the special effects just look like crap. But, if I keep talking about it, we'll be here for another hour or 2.
Yeah. Yep. Don't get them started, folks.
We already got a grumpy Cash Money. We don't need him grumpy anymore.
Yeah. But everybody, thank you. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Ah.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Pacific 414 Pop Talk is here. Sit back and relax and join the conversation. We've got Baron, Orman Tagge, Cashmoney007 and even Mike too. Pop culture, entertainment, news and reviews. Discussions will have opinions made from the panel to the chat. Everyone is welcome here. Reactions, watch parties, and special guests. We like to have a good time. Pacific 414 Pop Talk is underway. Pull up a seat, we're inviting you to stay. Articles, collectibles, reviews, you say. Baron, Cash, and Mike bring the fun tonight. Now sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Don't forget to like or comment below. We almost forgot to share out the show. Pacific 414 Pop Talk is one of a kind.